Chapter 1631A Trade with the Mobang Family. 2. It was unimaginable to meet such a young Tripplefield Grandmaster. The third elder was stunned into silence for a long time. He didn't know how to continue. The news had shocked even someone of his stature. "Earl Wang, you really surprised me," he exclaimed after a moment, "a three-field Grandmaster, and such a young one at that. You'll become a legend in the future." A legend was the level above Grandmaster. The weight of a legend was too heavy. Eternal stage warriors treated legends as equals. Even a large family like the Mobangs had to tread lightly in their presence. Third elder, Earl Wang can produce 7th-level Grandmaster pills. "I saw this personally," Clara added in a hurry. "Oh, 7th Grandmaster level." The expert was even more surprised. "The Earl's achievements have already reached such a level." "I've just reached the 6th Grandmaster level," said the young hero modestly. Both the third elder and Clara were astonished. A 6th-level expert able to produce 7th-level pills. Such a talent was beyond ordinary. The young hero had truly exceeded their expectations time and time again. They had good reasons to suspect he wasn't being humble. He was putting up a front. However, it was understandable. Wang Teng was using this as leverage. "Earl Wang, I have to admit that your potential is immense." The senior took a deep breath and remarked, "In that case, I'll remove 2 conditions. But, you have to help us 3 times with your secondary skills, whether it's refining pills or forging weapons." Wang Teng smiled. "Third elder, you're really not one to easily take a loss. I'm a businessman." The senior smiled back. "I can promise you that." Wang Teng pondered for a moment and continued, "But, I also have conditions of my own." "Go ahead." The senior gestured. "First, according to my situation and circumstances at the time, I will choose whether to accept the proposed conditions. I will not agree to things that endanger my life," the former said. "Of course." The third elder nodded. "We're hoping that you thrive. This will be better for us. Second, I can help you with my secondary skills 3 times, but 2 of those will be limited to the Grandmaster level." The hero was direct on this. The third elder laughed. "You're good, Earl Wang. No one has ever been so calculating in my presence. I can get in trouble if I don't." The hero smiled. "All right, I agree to your conditions." The third elder nodded. "I have no other questions. I look forward to our cooperation." "Looking forward to our cooperation," said the elder. "I'll have Clara prepare the contract. Once it's signed, the luck tear is yours." "Okay." Wang Teng nodded. "Also, future arrangements with Earl Wang will be left to you, Clara," added the senior, complimenting the young woman. "You did good this time." "Yes," she quickly replied. There was joy in her eyes. Receiving praise from the third elder meant that her status in the family could rise. "Do a good job. The family will remember your merits." After finishing that sentence, the elder's hologram vanished. "Wait a moment, Earl Wang. I will draw up the contract for you," Clara said as she did her best to hide her excitement. She became more respectful towards the young overlord. She could tell that her senior held him in extremely high regard. Moreover, she had just become aware of the hero's 3-field Grandmaster identity. She would naturally respect him more, or she would be an idiot. "All right." Wang Teng nodded. She then turned and walked into the previous door, the same room from where she fetched the luck tear. A while later, she returned with a scroll in her hand. "Earl Wang, this is the contract. Please have a look." The young manager handed the document over. Wang Teng opened it and had Roundball check if there were any loopholes. There was no one else better than his little helper at this. "Everything seems in order." The hero nodded a few moments later. "You can just sign your name," Clara said. Without hesitation, he signed 2 contracts. One was his, while the other was the 1,000 treasure chambers. 3 trillion had to be paid to the other party afterwards. The Great Qian Empire had just rewarded him with 5 trillion, and he just lost more than half of it in an instant. It pained him. "Impor again," Wang Teng exclaimed. Clara was flabbergasted. The Earl was filthy rich, to actually hand over 3 trillion just like that. Ordinary heaven stage warriors would be hard-pressed to raise such an amount. The luck tear is yours. She pushed a purple box his way and smiled. The young man took out the stone and examined it for a moment. The intoxicating purple light was reflected in his eyes. It was magical. Beautiful indeed, he said. Only a talent like you is worthy of such a rare gem. Clara aimed to flatter. Wang Tung smiled, not trying to deny it. He then placed the stone back into the box and stored it. He and Lin Chuhan stood up and said to the manager, "We'll be taking our leave now. I'll send you off." She wanted to say something else. "The 6th level Grandmaster pill you wanted me to make. That's your personal matter, right?" Wang Ting was in a good mood after the deal was made. He smiled when he saw the look on her face. Yes. The young woman was surprised and elated. She looked at the hero with glimmering, hopeful eyes. He pondered for a moment and said, "Since you helped me obtain the luck tear, I can help you refine one. Prepare the materials tomorrow and wait for me at the Secondary Career Alliance." Really? Clara was overjoyed. "If you don't believe me, you can just not show up tomorrow." He smiled and walked out with Lin Chuhan. "I'll be there, I'll definitely be there," the young manager said in a hurry. She scuttled toward the exit and sent the pair to the door. She then watched them leave and went back to her office. "Yeah." She waved her clenched fist in the air, extremely excited as she jumped around. Wang Teng and Lin Chuhan ended their stroll right then went back to the manor with their flying car. "You're helping Clara make pills?" Lin Chuhan asked in the car. "Yes. She's a member of the Mobang family, and it doesn't look like she's taken very seriously. We can get her on our side," Wang Teng replied. Apart from the fact that the young manager helped him get that expensive gem, the main reason he agreed to help her was that she wasn't valued much by her own family. The third elder did say that the family would make note of her efforts. Those were just empty words to the hero. If an undervalued individual was able to get a high position with his help, this could represent an unexpected help in the future. Anyway, refining a 6th level Grandmaster pill wasn't difficult for him. It was just a bargaining chip for him. If he wasn't willing to, it would be really difficult for others to get his help. However, he could easily act if he wanted to. Lin Chuhan nodded. She didn't say much regarding these things, even if the other party was a beautiful woman. "If she finds me again, do I need to continue interacting with her?" she asked. It turned out that her conversation with the manager was just for appearances. Lin Chuhan wasn't daft. "You can, but don't get too close. Just act as you see fit." Wang Tung smiled. "That woman isn't simple. Besides, you have to take charge of the relationship, since you're my fiancé." She nodded and replied softly, "I understand." She was touched by the gesture. "Sorry for the inconvenience." "Thank you very much." Chapter 1632 To Hell with Love. Your love is a little unfaithful. 1. The sky gradually turned dark as the young pair returned to the manor. Wang Ting had agreed to prepare a good meal for Lin Chuhan, so he started working on it as soon as they arrived. He bought a large quantity of rare and expensive ingredients, all to prepare the meal for the evening. He was even ready to use the light element star beasts he caught back in Planet Light Velvet. They were absolutely top-notch cooking ingredients. Normal people would never have a chance to eat those creatures. The manor's kitchen was immense, equipped with a wide range of utensils. Force Chef Grandmaster Murray exclaimed in surprise, "Earl Wang, are you making force dishes yourself?" He was the expert hired by the young overlord, and would be available whenever the latter visited the estate. The rest of the time would be left to the man's own discretion. Honestly, working for Wang Ting was relaxing and the pay was decent. "Oh right, I'll handle things myself tonight," the hero replied. The cooking expert smiled, not taking it to heart as he imagined the couple just wanted to spend some time together. However, he was soon unable to remain calm. Boom! Wang Ting took out a light element crab more than a meter long and placed it on the giant chopping board. Most importantly, it was still alive and kicking. It tried to crush the Earl's head with its pincers. Even so, the hero managed to press it down with ease, using just one hand. After a swift move, accompanied by a crisp sound, the two large pincers fell to the ground. Chef Murray felt the corners of his eyes twitch. Being extremely familiar with various ingredients, He could easily tell at a glance that the crab before him was undoubtedly the finest light element ingredient, a rare gem among culinary ingredients. He didn't know that his young boss was a force chef grandmaster too, so he felt that the ingredients would go to waste. What a waste of such a valuable resource. Can I do anything to help you? Lin Chuhan asked. She didn't want to stay idle. Help me wash the vegetables. He made a sweeping gesture, and a variety of brightly colored produce appeared on the clean and tidy metal table nearby. They looked incredibly fresh. This is... Murray widened his eyes in astonishment. He saw light element vegetables. The ingredients emitted a faint white glow. Just being in their presence brought a sense of comfort and relaxation to anyone nearby. Of course, there were other glowing vegetables of the water and wood element. They were all top-class ingredients. Then, he witnessed how the young woman carelessly placed the vegetables in water and washed them without any proper technique. He couldn't bear to watch anymore. Oh God, what crime did I commit, to witness how my masters waste such top-notch ingredients? He instinctively glanced at the young overlord and was suddenly stunned. Wang Ting twirled the kitchen knife in the air, creating streaks of dazzling flashes. A few swift movements were enough to expertly dissect the large crab, extracting the tender meat and elegantly arranging it on a plate. Gasp! The force chef gasped all of a sudden. The contrast between the two situations was too vast. Earl Wang doesn't seem like a novice. While the man was immersed in bewilderment, the hero had already finished with the crab. He took out a pig leg from his space ring and started working on it. The stationed chef could no longer underestimate the Earl. He paid close attention to the young one's methods. The more he looked, the more astounded he became, almost biting his own tongue. It was astonishing. Wang Ting's handling methods left him in awe, and couldn't help but sigh at his own inadequacy. Mind you, he was a force chef grandmaster, yet he felt that his own skills were inferior. The whole situation made him suspect that the young Earl was also a force chef grandmaster. The following actions completely overthrew Murray's beliefs. From ingredient handling to the entire cooking process, Wang Teng displayed the qualities of a true chef. Even though his fiancée washed the vegetables in a rough manner, causing some unnecessary damage, it didn't affect the cooking process. The final product caused the hired chef to feel ashamed of himself. His guess was confirmed. Wang Ting was indeed a force chef grandmaster. Furthermore, his mastery was high. The man was speechless. He could lose the job. You're an Earl. Why do you have to learn cooking and excel all the way to the grandmaster level? Why? Can't you give the rest of us a chance? Murray couldn't help but ask when the hero left the kitchen. Earl Wang, you're a force chef grandmaster. Yes. The latter nodded. He thought that the fellow was worried about his position, so he patted his shoulder and said, Don't worry. I only cooked this one time. You are still in charge. The man didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He stood at the same spot, speechless. Wang Teng and Lin Chuhan reached the manners garden, where the dining table had already been set, while a variety of delicately prepared dishes were carried over by servants. Steamed crab, baked lobster, grilled steak, braised pig trotter, stir-fried mushrooms. The table was adorned with an opulent array of culinary delights, a feast for both the eyes and the palate. Aromas wafted in the air, as the dishes beckoned with their tantalizing presentation. The attendants kept their eyes on the food, swallowing saliva. How can they be so fragrant? This is torture. Wang Teng and Lin Chuhan sat face to face. A simple yet elegant tablecloth covered the table, graced with the presence of pristine white candles flickering gently. A bottle of red wine completed the setting. Sorry for the inconvenience. Thank you very much. Chapter 1633 To Hell with Love. Your love is a little unfaithful. 2. What do you think? Are you satisfied? Wang Teng asked with a smile. This is amazing. A man who cooks is the most handsome. She gave him a thumbs up, while being generous with compliments. Ha ha ha, nice. The hero laughed because of her response. He took the wine bottle and poured a glass for her, then, he poured one for himself. Come, let's celebrate the success of your mission. It was just a small mission. What's there to celebrate? Your first place in the League of Talents and your appearance on the star rankings is much more worthy of celebration. She raised her glass and lightly clinked it against Wang Teng's. Let's celebrate both, he replied. They smiled and took sips of their wine. A lovely blush appeared on Lin Chuhan's delicate face as the rich and aromatic red wine flowed down her throat. Have a taste and tell me if it's good, said the young earl while pointing at the delicacies. They must be good. I was salivating just now. She eagerly picked up her chopsticks and opened the crab shell, revealing the tender crab meat inside. She gently picked up a piece and popped it in her mouth, savoring the flavor. How is it? Wang Teng asked, looking forward to the answer. He was confident in his skills, yet he still wished to hear praises from his fiancée. The young woman closed her eyes and savored the meat for some time. Finally, she said, this is amazing. Honestly, I admire force chef masters like you. How can people like you make such delicious food? Haha, have some more if it's good. Wang Ting picked up his chopsticks and took a piece of pig trotter for himself. No problem. She nodded fervently, setting elegant manners aside and eating heartily. They ate and drank to their heart's content. Lin Chuhan let out a satisfied burp and said, well, that's it. I would find it hard to eat any other food in the future. I'll prepare some force dishes for you so you can store them in your space ring. It'll be enough for you to eat for a while. I'll replenish the stock once you finish them, said the young man with a smile. Really? Her eyes lit up. Of course, said the hero, nodding. But that will make me seem utterly useless. Even your cooking skills are better than mine, Lin Chuhan said dejectedly. Don't worry, the one able to surpass me has yet to be born. No need to feel discouraged, he reassured. You're boasting again. She laughed. The pair sat on the lawn, admiring the night sky and leaning against each other while savoring the rare moment being together. I wish we could stay like this forever, she said in a soft voice. We will. I believe you. Lin Chuhan nodded and turned to smile at him. A silent night. The next day, Wang Ting woke up bright and early. His gaze turned gentle when he saw Lin Chuhan lying in his arms. Cough, don't overthink. They didn't do anything. They were as pure as a piece of white paper. A soft sigh escaped from the young woman's lips as she made an effort to open her eyes. She was startled to see him next to her, blushing upon realizing what had happened. You're awake, Wang Ting said. Yes. Did you rest well? He smirked. Seriously. She pushed him and ran out of the room. Ha ha ha, the hero's laughter resounded. Lin Chuhan washed up before reappearing. They had breakfast together. I'm heading to the Secondary Career Alliance. Do you want to come with me or? He left the sentence unfinished. Lin Chuhan wiped her mouth and said, I'll go with you. He looked into her eyes and teased, Are you afraid of me being alone with Clara? What are you saying? I just want to explore the place. She then looked away. The hero smiled, fascinated by her reaction. Then, they took a force-flying car and drove to the Secondary Career Alliance. Clara was already there, waiting for them. Her eyes lit up when she saw them and hurried over. Earl Wang Chuhan. She addressed the latter with a sense of intimacy, like longtime close friends. You're here early. Lin Chuhan gave her a reserved smile, maintaining a subtle distance while seemingly approachable. Such perfect balance left Wang Ting pleasantly surprised. Is this an innate talent ladies have? He wondered. I arrived with ample time in advance since Earl Wang finally agreed to make a pill for me, said the young manager pitifully. Come on, I'm already giving you face by agreeing to make the pill. Don't act miserable, the hero said with a smile. Yes, yes. I know you're busy, Clara replied in a hurry. It's my fault for interrupting your time together. No problem. I'm here to watch him make the pill. There was no interruption, said Lin Chuhan, expressing a broad-minded stance. Earl Wang, said another voice. It was Zhuang Caishuan. The girl was behind Clara, she only greeted Wang Ting just then. Why is she here? Wang Ting felt a headache coming. Sorry for the inconvenience. Thank you very much. Chapter 1634 To Hell with Love. Your love is a little unfaithful. 3. This is? Sure enough, Lin Chuhan immediately shot Wang Ting a dangerous look. Clara quickly made introductions. Oh, this is Governor Zhuang's daughter. She's my best friend. There was a slight pause at the end. So you're Governor Zhuang's daughter, said the aloof mercenary with a nod. She didn't register the abnormality. This is Wang Teng's fiancé, Lin Chuhan, said the former. My father has told me about you, said the young Tsaishuan as she bowed respectfully. He said that only a woman like you was worthy of the Earl Wang. Seeing you today, I must say you are truly stunning. Governor Zhuang is too kind, Lin Chuhan replied with a calm smile. Wang Teng went straight to the topic. Have you prepared all the ingredients? Yes, Clara replied. All right, follow me. The hero led the three women into the secondary career alliance. He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Good, good. Things didn't go out of control. They reached the already prepared alchemy room. The young hero took Clara's space ring and said, "Wait for me outside." He and Lin Chuhan entered the room. The fiancé treatment is something else, Zhuang Tsaishuan said through voice transmission after the doors to the alchemy room closed. Bulls **T, how can we be compared to her? Clara replied, also transmitting her message in secret. However, she really is exceptional. I heard that she also came from Earth, Wang Teng's planet. The one closer to the water's edge gets the moon first. Clara chuckled. Your father wants you to get close to Earl Wang, right? I'm afraid he'll be disappointed. Earl Wang doesn't like me. Maybe not. We might have a chance if we act together. Zhuang Tsaishuan was flabbergasted. How can you have such a thought? I thought about it the entire night. I need a man who can help me. Then Clara asked, also, don't you think he's a man worth entrusting yourself to? You're selling yourself. The other girl snorted. Clara clasped her hands in front of her chest and said with a longing expression, how can entrusting myself to an outstanding man be considered as selling myself? It's love. To hell with that. Your love is a little unfaithful, said Zhuang Tsaishuan, feeling at a loss. What are you saying? My love is pure, the other's reply was laced with anger. You're trying to belong to a third party. No, Sister Clara, you're mine. The governor's daughter remained firm. Wrong. You're mine. Clara placed her finger on the girl's chin and flashed a seductive smile. We can get closer if both of us follow him. Wouldn't that be good? No. The former blushed after the young manager's actions, but she was still unyielding. I don't like males. I didn't like them in the past, but now. I do, Clara said. At least I realized that I don't dislike him. It seems that I only dislike men who aren't exceptional enough. Zhuang Tsaishuan didn't know what to say. Today I realize how shameless you can be. Really? Isn't it our nature to like outstanding people, said the young manager in a nonchalant tone. You're betraying me. Zhuang Tsaishuan was furious. She looked like a feisty little cat. I'm not betraying you. You're still mine. Clara laughed. Don't you think he's handsome? We rarely get to see anyone as handsome as him. You're shallow. Yes, I'm shallow. Damn it, you, Zhuang Tsaishuan was at a loss of words. Suddenly, her eyes brightened. Lin Chuhan is cautious around you. You don't stand a chance. That does pose a problem, Clara said, resting her chin on her delicate hand, visibly distressed. Then she smiled. But that's okay. After all, no man can remain faithful, right? There will be chances if I put my mind to it. You're hopeless. Zhuang Tsaishuan gave up altogether. She turned around and fumed in silence. Sorry for the inconvenience. Thank you very much. Chapter 1635 Clara's Gratitude. Forging the Luck Tear. 1. In the alchemy room, Wang Teng sat in a cross-legged position, facing the black meteorite furnace, which was enveloped in flames at the moment. A peculiar medicinal aroma wafted through the air. Lin Chuhan sat some distance away, her chin resting over her hands as she quietly watched the figure before her. She knew that her fiancé's talent for professions was strong. Be it alchemy, blacksmithing, or runes, his mastery had surpassed most people. He even became a force chef grandmaster, which wasn't a profound craft. She had only heard but never seen it in the past. The aloof woman had seen him display his remarkable culinary skills the day prior. This day, she would be witnessing his alchemic prowess. The seamless and effortless movements, his flame control mastery, all of it left her utterly surprised. This guy is a monster. She soon understood how terrifying the geniuses in the rest of the universe were, once she entered that greater stage. And yet, even in such an environment, her man was still capable of standing out as one of the best. Is it really possible that someone with such talent and ability would emerge from her home planet? If she hadn't witnessed the hero's growth with her own eyes, she would have even suspected that the person before her was an alien stranded on Earth. Wang Ting didn't know what she was thinking. He was solidifying the pill at the moment, although confident, he wouldn't dare to be careless. The congregating process was crucial. There was no room for error. The pill Clara asked him to make was the Jade Dew Green Elixir, which was used for detoxification. It didn't have any special features and wasn't as demanding to make. Sometime later, an eruption occurred within the furnace. Invisible energy ripples were spread in all directions, first colliding into the furnace walls, producing clear clanging sounds. It was then followed by a beam of light that shot straight to the sky. Boom! Dark clouds gathered high above, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunderous roars. The pills rose up inside the beam and rose to the air. Many people were astounded. Are there many experts making Grandmaster-level pills these days? Just a few days before, a Grandmaster successfully refined some, and the phenomenon was being repeated at the moment. Outside the alchemy room, Clara and Zhuang Caishuan widened their eyes in shock. They had prepared themselves to wait for a long time, but much to their surprise, Wang Ting only stayed inside for half a day before the lightning calamity descended. Such speed was amazing. Done? The young manager asked with uncertainty. Zhuang Caishuan, forgetting her anger towards Clara, exclaimed in astonishment, this was even faster than last time. You can't call a man fast. My future happiness lies with him, Clara said. Zhuang Caishuan, why are you making such a bad joke? The two ladies looked at each other in silence. Boom! Lightning crashed into the beam of light. Clara was unknowingly clenching her fists, afraid of accidents occurring. Soon, 3 bolts of lightning attempted to destroy the light beam. They were all blocked. The pills inside the ray were unaffected. The tribulation was weaker than the previous one. Clara felt relieved upon noticing this. Boom! A 4th bolt of lightning descended. The light beam was no longer capable of resisting and a figure rose to the sky. He hurled a punch towards the lightning. 2 additional bolts fell, however, both were effortlessly destroyed by that man. The dark clouds disappeared. That person looks familiar. He looks like the Grandmaster from a few days ago. Many people caught a glimpse of Wang Ting's silhouette. Although blurred by lightning, it did not hinder them from witnessing his martial arts skills. The battle technique was the same, and was just as powerful. Most people were quick to make the connection. The middle-aged man who greeted the young hero recently was among them. The man was astounded. The success rate of Grandmaster Wang Ting's refinements was very high. 2 days ago, he used 1 day to make the extremely difficult 1000 grass elixir. Now, he used half a day to make a 6th-level Grandmaster pill. Which other Grandmaster has this speed? He had never met anyone else with such skill. No wonder the young hero was sought after and befriended. They did it for a reason. The senior felt that doing something would be proper. Wouldn't it be good to develop a relationship with such a prominent figure? In the alchemy room, Wang Ting kept the pills and walked out. Clara and Zhuang Caishuan immediately crowded around him. Earl Wang, how did it go? Clara asked nervously. I'm done. He passed her a jade bottle. Thank you. Earl Wang, you have been of great help. The young manager held the bottle as if it were some precious treasure. She was overwhelmed with excitement, expressing her gratitude repeatedly. Judging by her actions, if Lin Chuhan wasn't present, she might have thrown herself into his arms. Zhuang Caishuan felt the corners of her eyes twitch when she saw the single pill inside the jade bottle. She had noticed 5 pills hovering inside the light beam, but only 1 was recovered. It was obvious where the pills went. Evil. However, she didn't make a fuss about it. She knew the rules that applied when asking to have pills made. Clara only wanted one pill. Hence, any extras belonged to the alchemist. "You're welcome," Wang Teng replied calmly. The young manager said with utmost sincerity, eyes blinking, "If you ever have any requests, feel free to come find me. Since I work at the Thousand Treasure Chamber, I have some connections when it comes to acquiring certain special goods." Wang Teng blinked and nodded. "I'll have it in mind. Sorry for the inconvenience." "Thank you very much." Chapter 1636 Clara's Gratitude. Forging the Luck Tear. 2. Clara went through a few more thank rounds and left in a hurry. She seemed to have some matters to attend to. The governor's daughter glanced at Lin Chuhan. Her gaze turned strange when she remembered what her friend said. There was no reason for her to stay, so she left with her friend. "Why do I feel like the gaze Zhuang Caixuan gave me was a bit strange?" said the hero's fiancée, furrowing her brow. "Really? I didn't feel anything," Wang Teng said, apparently surprised. "Women's intuition," Lin Chuhan said, "but it shouldn't be an issue. It's not like she would do anything to me. Of course, unless she doesn't care about the welfare of her family." The hero smiled. He still had this belief. A mere Zhuang family wouldn't dare to offend an Earl of the Empire. Zhuang Wei's performance proved that he wouldn't dare overstep his bounds. Lin Chuhan glanced around and asked, "Are we going back now?" "Nope, there's still one more thing to do. Follow me." He smiled and led the way. They walked past the alchemy rooms and reached the smithing area. Both sections were right next to each other, but they were segregated to facilitate distinction. The hero found the room reserved under his name and opened the door using his identity account. He ushered Lin Chuhan inside. "Are you going to forge something?" she asked curiously. "Yes." "Have you forgotten about the luck tear I bought yesterday?" the hero replied with a smile. Lin Chuhan nodded in deep thought. "What are you going to make?" "You'll know in a while," he said mysteriously. "Why are you being so secretive?" The young woman pouted. However, she didn't probe further. Maintaining a sense of anticipation wasn't bad. She felt that watching him work on alchemy or forging was fascinating. Someone knocked on the door while they talked. The hero opened the door. It was the middle-aged man who greeted him the previous time. "Grandmaster Wang, here are all the materials you requested." "Thank you." Wang Teng took the box. "You're too polite." "It's an honor to serve you," said the mature fellow in a hurry. The latter took his leave right away, not daring to disturb the hero. Wang Ting took the chance to release his spiritual power and collect all the attribute bubbles scattered in the room. Smithing *50, smithing *40, smithing *70, he soon collected a fair amount of smithing attributes. There were 1,260 points in total. He only grabbed those dropped by grandmasters or above. The ones from ordinary blacksmiths were useless to him. Raising attributes after reaching the grandmaster level was a tough matter. Wang Teng didn't want to waste his blank attributes, so he just collected whenever he could find them. Hence, the process was slow. Smithing knowledge of grandmaster level entered his mind and his mastery gradually increased. He looked at his attributes board. Blacksmith, 68 40 10,000, grandmaster, the young hero's eyes brightened. The attribute was much higher than before. He had forged high-tier weapons like the 1,000 armaments vessel in the past, but the process was arduous back then. It would be much easier if he were to attempt it again. Considering his current expertise, he had even more confidence in forging the item he was planning to make. He closed the door, then approached the smithing table and opened the box. There were several pieces of metal inside, mostly palm-sized and not particularly large. The materials were quite small and delicate, as opposed to the ones needed for weapons. They would require several kilograms of metal ores. Lin Chuhan leaned over to take a look. I still can't see anything." Those materials were unknown to anyone who didn't practice the craft. It was understandable she didn't recognize them. Wang Ting took out a gray stone and said, "This is a luck confining stone. In Chinese, it's called Baiyun stone." "What?" Lin Chuhan was stunned. "Contraception stone." In Chinese, contraception has the same pronunciation, which is Baiyun. The hero was startled. He said quietly, "Yun," As in luck. Ha ha ha, round ball rolled around inside his head. This is so funny. Why are you laughing? Wang Ting said. Why didn't you say it clearly? The young woman rolled her eyes, fuming a bit. Back to the main topic. This luck confining stone can mask the luck tear's aura so others can't detect it, he explained. I see. She nodded, feeling enlightened. Then, she frowned and asked, but then, wouldn't the luck tear become useless? That's why we need another material called luck channeling stone. Wang Teng took out another ore with a purple glow and continued, it's this one. As the name implies, it can channel the fortune power emitted by the luck tear. As long as they come into contact, the owner will be gradually benefited by good luck. You're going all out. She couldn't help but marvel at his cautious and prudent approach. This not only ensured that the stone would remain a secret but also allowed it to function properly. Perhaps only a skilled blacksmith like Wang Ting possessed such abilities. All right, I'm about to start. You can watch from the side, he said with a smile. Yes. Lin Chuhan nodded. Without further ado, he waved a hand and the materials rose to the air. The emerald-glazed flame emerged from his body, completely covering the different ores. The materials quickly began to melt, thanks to the divine flame's extreme temperature. All impurities were expelled. It is necessary to acknowledge the great benefits of having divine flames. Regular flames would require a considerable amount of time to remove all impurities. Even after the job was done, some particles could still remain inside. That was the disadvantage of using normal flames. However, the young hero possessed multiple flames to choose from, so he didn't have to worry. That was why the pills and weapons he made were superior. Once the impurities were removed, he raised his left hand and summoned the nearby forging hammers, which started striking the ores with rhythmic clangs. The 6 hammers hammered 6 different materials simultaneously. Lin Chuhan was taken aback. The way he forged exceeded her imagination. It was completely unexpected. Is it possible for a person to control 6 hammers at once? She hadn't witnessed other blacksmiths in action, but she was well aware it was impossible for anyone to handle 6 different hammers during the forging process at the same time. This defied common logic. However, she felt she could be overreacting, considering her fiancé's usual way of doing things. She quickly calmed down, avoiding any expression that would invite his mockery. If she knew that Wang Ting had once controlled more than 10 hammers in one go, what would her expression be like? It would probably be quite cute. The entire room was filled with the hammering sounds, but she didn't find it irritating. The sounds had a peculiar cadence that resembled a melodious piano piece, which resonated within the tranquil smithing room. If other grandmaster artificers were present, they could have been too startled to say anything. Those who could achieve such a level were top-notch blacksmiths. Many grandmasters unique rhythms for their forging, but only a handful of them could transform those rhythms into a full-fledged composition. This required a high level of control and mastery. Only peak experts could achieve it, while Wang Ting was only at the 4th level. Time flew. Soon, all the materials were hammered and set on the smithing table. They gave off a dazzling glow that seemed exceptionally divine. Still, that was just the start. Wang Ting merged the other 3 materials with the luck confining stone, gradually forming a unique blue-gray alloy. Finally, he took out the purple box with the luck tear and opened it. The stone floated out of the casing thanks to his spiritual control. Next came the most important step. Chapter 1637a Peculiar Lightning Calamity. 1. The luck tear floated in midair. Meanwhile, the strange grey-blue alloy also rose into the air, once again turning into liquid under the scorching heat of the emerald-glazed flame. The molten material drifted towards the stone of fortune. Wang Ting covered the luck tear with a layer of ice force, all to prevent it from being affected by the strong flames. That was just an additional protective layer. The stone was extremely hard, with a high melting point. Considering his current control, the heat would not cause any damage. Then, the grey-blue liquid gradually enveloped the luck tear, leaving only a hint of purple visible, just like a small window ajar. Now, he needed to use spiritual power to carve its shape. He transformed the power into a sculpting knife, smoothly carving intricate runes along the metallic veins of the solidifying alloy. Time passed slowly. The molten metal became increasingly solid, taking a teardrop shape with complex and enigmatic patterns decorating the surface. The luck tear was merely the size of a thumb after being wrapped by the metal. Lin Chuhan saw this process as an invisible knife at work, filling the metallic surface with magnificent patterns, evoking a sense of enchantment and wonder. "This is beautiful." Her eyes glimmered. She stared intently at the jewel's metallic encasing with her pretty eyes. Although the stone's appearance was now concealed, the grey-blue metal exhibited a dazzling radiance, with faint traces of purple seeping from underneath, adding an extra touch of mystery to its allure. The surface of the end product was rife with a patterned array, bathed in hues of purple, which gave it an extraordinary and captivating appearance. The young woman finally guessed what the hero wanted to forge. Such a beautiful accessory wasn't something a man would use. Her expression changed. Honestly, she wanted to reject a gift as precious, but she didn't want to disturb Wang Teng's concentration. Besides, he had already completed the core portion, and saying anything beyond this point seemed useless. She had no choice but to watch as he continued with the forging. This fellow, Lin Chuhan, gritted her teeth. Her gaze turned tender and gentle. Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief. Having finished the core component, he released spiritual power, hoisting the remaining two materials into the air, one of which was none other than the luck channeling stone. The emerald-glazed flames' intense heat melted and fused both materials, which gradually became one. The luck channeling stone was completely fused with the other silver-white metal. The hero's deft control transformed them into a silver-white necklace. Similarly, the necklace also had engraved patterns, but they differed from those used on the core component. The patterns on the latter were purple, which possessed sealing power. The etchings on the necklace were also light purple, but they radiated a channeling power. The rune sets were completely different, serving different purposes. Wang Teng guided the necklace towards the main component and gradually fused them. He deliberately left an open circular link to achieve a seamless result. There was a strange fluctuation once the two components were combined. However, the effect disappeared in an instant. Boom! Right then, a pillar of purple light was shot to the sky. Dark clouds gathered and terrifying bolts of lightning appeared out of nowhere. The necklace soared into the air, hovering within the pillar. Success! The hero flashed a calm smile as he looked at the thunderous sky. The process was a success for him once that step was reached. The lightning calamity wasn't an issue. Meanwhile, many people noticed the thunderclouds manifesting in the sky and looked up in astonishment. That was the second lightning calamity of the day. Is today a special day? Why are there so many tribulations? Phenomena of the like were supposed to be rare, and they kept repeating on the same day. Everyone was awestruck. Boom! The dark clouds rumbled in the sky, the atmosphere was oppressive. Suddenly, a thunderbolt crashed down with a deafening roar. Then, the bolt of lightning narrowly brushed past the pillar of light and landed on the array activated by the secondary career alliance. Wang Ting! Lin Chuhan! The young hero was stunned. More like dumbfounded. What just happened? Did the lightning miss the target? Is it drunk? This is absurd. This was the first time he met with such a bizarre situation. The onlookers were also dumbstruck. Some even rubbed their eyes and wondered if they were seeing things. The pillar of purple light remained untouched. The necklace swam around happily like a fish in the water. It was like a silent provocation. Boom! 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 Instantly, the second, third, and fourth lightning bolt struck simultaneously, all of them heading for the light pillar. And yet, surprisingly, the same situation was repeated. None of the bolts reached the pillar. Instead, they landed directly on the Alliance's protective array. On the other hand, the array started trembling violently. It was on the verge of collapsing. Everyone was stunned. The lightning calamity is messed up. It can't hit the target. Boom! The successive failures seemed to enrage the sky. Endless thunderclouds churned and gathered, summoning more lightning bolts. A profoundly oppressive and terrifying aura descended from the sky. Sorry for the inconvenience. Thank you very much. Chapter 1638a Peculiar Lightning Calamity. 2. Quick. Activate the second defense array, shouted the person overseeing the secondary career alliance. He was in a frenzy. The first 4 lightning bolts had almost destroyed the active array, and the 5th one seemed to be more frightening. The first array would definitely fail to withstand it. Furthermore, he had reason to believe that the 5th tribulation strike would still miss the pillar of light. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Boom. A moment later, the 5th bolt of lightning completed its formation. Paired with a thunderous roar that shook the earth, it descended like a lightning dragon, charging straight towards the pillar. It headed straight for it. Everyone had their eyes peeled as they saw the bolt descend. Its path was true. Nothing should go wrong, right? Right. Even Wang Ting was staring at the sky. The tribulation was a bit off for some reason. He couldn't predict the outcome. Amid all the gazes, the bolt of lightning narrowly missed the pillar of purple light, then headed straight for the secondary career alliance's protective array. Crack. A crisp sound was heard and the array's first layer was breached. Fortunately, the second layer had been activated and was much stronger. The tribulation strike exhausted much of its energy when it dealt with the array's first layer, weakening considerably. Boom. Even so, the second protective layer still shook violently. The face of the alliance's overseer turned black. His gaze was fixated on the array, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Some time later, the bolt of lightning dissipated. The second layer managed to withstand the attack. The dark clouds in the sky scattered slowly and the terrifying tribulation disappeared without a trace. The overseer let out a long sigh. He almost collapsed due to fear. What a close call. He almost asked his subordinates to activate the third layer of the protective array. The Alliance's facilities were actually pretty safe. Many grandmasters would often be making pills, making calamities a normal occurrence. The multi-layered array was set for that very reason. The place would have suffered greatly otherwise. Go and find the person who forged the item. This is truly bizarre, said the overseer as he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. The middle-aged man who greeted the hero rushed over and offered, "Sir Akil, I think it was Grandmaster Wang." Grandmaster Wang? The three-field expert whom the Empire asked us to take care of? The man was surprised. "Yes, that's him," replied the other. "Bowen, go and ask what happened." "Never mind, I'll go there myself," said the administrator as he made his way to the smithing room the hero was using. Being in charge of the Alliance chapter covering planet yumming, he had numerous matters to take care of every day. That was the main reason why he didn't greet the young Earl in person. However, the recent phenomenon was so peculiar he had to go there and find out. Concurrently, those who witnessed the tribulation were engaged in heated discussions. The crowd had yet to disperse, even after a long time passed. There was no doubt that the calamity would soon become one of the planet's hot topics. Such news could even go farther, outside the planet. It was understandable, such strange calamity wasn't a common sight. Back in the smithing room, Wang Teng grabbed the successfully forged luck tear and gave Lin Chuhan a meaningful glance. Then, they both stared at the jewel, keeping an eerie silence. The lightning calamity had seemed rather dull. It felt all too easy, there was no sense of accomplishment. "Wang Teng, what just happened?" the young woman asked after some hesitation. "It's one of the luck tear's effects. Maybe," he replied, unsure. He didn't expect such a strange event to be triggered by the item. "Round ball, do you know what happened?" Wang Teng asked in his mind. "How should I know? No one has ever forged the luck tear." "You're the first one I've seen doing it," the little fellow replied with a helpless tone. So? I don't have to worry about news of the jewel's creation leaking out?" he asked. "I doubt anyone would associate it with the luck tear," Roundball said. "After all, the stone is quite rare, and no one has ever seen such a result before." "That's good." Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief. He then sighed and added, "But the effect is too strong. It was even capable of evading the lightning calamity." The little one speculated, "I think it's because of being newly made. Maybe the effect will only come into play during critical moments." "Oh right, will resisting the calamities use up too much luck power?" The young man quickly probed for any changes in the fortune power contained in the stone. Right. It would be troublesome if too much power is consumed. I don't think so. The consumption should be low since no one was in real danger, Roundball replied. Well, it's good that the luck power seems to be almost the same, the hero said, feeling relieved. Wait, you can sense luck power? The little helper was astounded. What? Isn't that normal? The hero was visibly confused. Roundball. Normal your head. Luck power is elusive and ethereal. How could ordinary people sense it? Remarked the small fellow. Wang Teng was stunned. He quickly tried to cover it up. Oh right. Haha, well, maybe because I'm really lucky. Don't you think my luck is decent? Well, it does make sense. Roundball touched its chin. But, this is still ridiculous. There's something strange about you. The young earl quickly interrupted the little one's train of thought. Come on, what's strange about me? I have 1 head, 2 arms, and 3 legs. Roundball. What do you mean by 3 legs? It complained inwardly, successfully distracted. Of course, since Wang Ting didn't want to say anything, it wouldn't press the matter. There were too many inexplicable things about the hero. Questioning everything would drive the little one crazy. The young man smiled and looked at the sky, while collecting the attribute bubbles floating about. Constellation Force, Lightning, asterisk 1500 Heaven Earth Calamity Lightning asterisk 100 Luck asterisk 1 Luck asterisk 1 Indeed, there are luck attribute. Wang Teng thought with a glimmer in his eyes. Back when he checked the newly forged jewel, he noticed that there wasn't much difference from before. However, there was still some consumption involved. He had a sudden thought, if the luck tear can drop luck attributes, can I replenish it? To others, luck power was a fleeting and intangible matter, invisible to the naked eye. However, the young hero was capable of quantifying the attribute. This could open an opportunity for him. He wanted to try it out as soon as the idea popped up. He held the luck tear and silently moved his luck attributes. The next moment, he felt an invisible force flowing into the gem through his hands. Meanwhile, he felt a slight emptiness in his heart, as if having lost something. The hero was quick to check the attributes board. Luck, 39, limit of a normal person, 10. He had picked up 2 luck points when he first came into contact with the fortune stone. Furthermore, he had just acquired 2 additional points. Adding to the existing 36 points, it was a total of 40. However, the sum went down to 39 after the wisp of luck entered the luck tear. He lost 1 point. It's possible. Wang Teng was elated. Luck tears were considered as consumables in the hands of others. In his case, however, it had turned into a valuable and sustainable treasure. This is amazing. He could keep using the luck tear in the future. However, the one frustrating aspect was the luck attribute scarcity. The hero would rarely come across opportunities to acquire them. Once his luck attributes were transferred to the stone, his own luck would decrease permanently. It wouldn't be automatically replenished. Therefore, he had to make sure his luck attribute was sufficient before transferring more to the jewel. Otherwise, all of it would be useless. Chapter 1639 Departure, A New Journey. 1. Wang Teng temporarily dismissed the idea of transferring luck points to the luck tear. Sending all his points over wasn't viable. He was used to having good luck and couldn't imagine what would happen with a drop in fortune. How scary. He then focused on a different attribute, the Heaven-Earth Calamity Lightning. Heaven-Earth Calamity Lightning, 4500 10,000, first rank, it was a sizable increase. The hero nodded. Let's go, he said to Lin Chuhan and got ready to leave. The young woman nodded. The couple ran into a few individuals the moment they walked out of the smithing room. Wang Teng raised his eyebrows. You must be Grandmaster Wang. Indeed, young and promising, said a middle-aged man in front of a group. The slightly plump fellow was all smiles as he walked over with enthusiasm. It was a heaven stage martial warrior. You are. Wang Teng was puzzled. He noticed that the person standing behind the man was the senior man who was serving as his liaison. The plump middle-aged man introduced himself. I'm the person in charge of this branch, Akil. Nice to meet you. The hero offered a polite nod. While the secondary career alliance's overseer held a respectable position, the young hero was Grandmaster, a person of an even higher status. There was no need to be overly polite or deferential. He needed to uphold his status. Grandmaster Wang, what did you forge? How could it cause such a lightning calamity? The overseer asked prudently. Is there a problem? Wang Teng saw it coming. The recent tribulation had been anything but normal. Drawing attention was only natural. Being responsible for the alliance's operations justified him showing up to find the cause. No problem at all. However, the lightning calamity, Akil was afraid of offending the Earl, so he was caught in a dilemma. I think it was just a fluke. I'm in the dark about this, just as you are, said the hero while shaking his head, appearing genuinely puzzled. He continued, I will compensate accordingly if needed be. Look at what you're saying. Only one array suffered damage, that is not a problem. No compensation is needed, the overseer replied in a hurry. Since it was just a coincidence, I won't keep you any longer. Wang Ting nodded and left quietly with Lin Chuhan. Akil stared at the hero's back with an ambiguous gaze. The staff member behind the plump fellow asked, Sir, since Grandmaster Wang says that it's a coincidence, it's a coincidence. The former glanced at his aide and laughed. Yes. The staff member shuddered and quickly nodded. Bowen, do you think the lightning calamity summoned by Grandmaster Wang was reliable? Akil asked, rubbing his chin as he looked at the middle-aged fellow next to him. Bowen gave him an awkward smile and replied, I don't think so. That's right. How can a normal tribulation fail to strike its target? It must be something wrong with the calamity itself. The overseer clapped his hands. You're right. Bowen nodded, the corners of his lips twitching. The young pair left the Alliance chapter and drove their flying rune car and went back to the manor. Will this matter affect you? Lin Chuhan asked worriedly. The tribulation had indeed been strange. She was worried that someone could start to investigate the matter. Don't worry. They wouldn't risk offending me just for an unknown factor. He flashed a light-hearted smile. The young woman nodded in silence. The sky had grown dark by then. Wang Teng only took a day to make a pill and forge the luck tear. His efficiency level was sky-high. The pair ate dinner and took a stroll within the manor. Then, the hero pulled Lin Chuhan into a room. What do you want? She blushed. Is this fellow going to do something weird? Has the day finally arrived? What are you thinking? Wang Teng was stunned for a moment before he leaned towards her with a smirk. Nothing. I'm not thinking of anything. Her ears turned red. The hero had the urge to pinch them. He reached out and gave a gentle squeeze. His eyes lit up at once. The feeling was superb. Wang Teng felt he discovered something extraordinary, never imagining that a girl's earlobe could be so soft. It felt like jelly. He wanted to lick it. Lin Chuhan felt weak. She murmured in a shy and sweet voice, Don't. The young earl couldn't bear it anymore. He kissed her. The two parted after some time. Wang Teng still had a lingering desire for more. She lightly tapped him and said with a playful pout, You've become naughtier. Haha, really? Wang Teng smiled. He took out the luck tear and said, Let me put it on you. Wang Ting, this is too precious. I can't take it. You need it more than me, she said. Take it. I bought it for you. But, Lin Chuhan wanted to reject it again. No buts. Wang Ting ignored Lin Chuhan's rejection and placed the jewel around her slender and fair neck. Seriously, she was a bit annoyed by Wang Ting's domineering behavior, and yet, she felt a hint of sweetness in her heart at the same time. Actually, you're mistaken. It doesn't have much effect on me, said the hero with a smile. Really? The girl still had her doubts. Why would I lie to you? Wang Ting said as he observed the bejeweled result. He nodded in satisfaction. Yes, it looks great on you. Sorry for the inconvenience. Thank you very much. Chapter 1640 Departure, A New Journey. 2. Lin Chuhan lowered her head to take a look. The luck tear became more exquisite after Wang Teng's forging. The jewel exuded a sense of mystery. Any woman would like it, and she was no exception. She had to admit that his craftsmanship was remarkable. Most importantly, she felt a subtle change in the surrounding aura once she had the jewel on her. It was comforting. Could this be the luck tears effect? I deserve credit for forging it, the hero said with a smug expression. You're so full of yourself. She rolled her eyes. He laughed and asked, how does it feel? It feels good. Lin Chuhan thought for a while and could only describe the sensation with the simplest of words. That's it. From now on, your fortune will be influenced by the luck tear. Everything will go in the right direction, Wang Ting said. How magical. He offered a warning, you need to have it on at all times, but don't reveal it. Don't let others see it. Okay. The young woman nodded. No need to worry too much, though. Besides yourself, no one should be able to sense the strange fluctuations emitted by the jewel, the hero said. I feel a lot more at ease with this in mind. She flashed a faint smile. Put it away when you no longer feel that comfortable sensation and bring it to me. Although a bit puzzled, she didn't ask further, and only responded with a nod. Okay. The hero used the remaining time to stay at home and spend time with Lin Chuhan. He had always felt indebted to her, and wanted to keep her company now that he finally had some time. Clara and Zhuang Caishuan paid them a few visits, although brief. They had some conversations with the hero to strengthen their relationship before leaving. This was especially the case since his fiancée was still around. They couldn't find an opportunity to come in the way of their relationship. This made Clara feel helpless. As for Zhuang Caishuan, she was just there to cause trouble. She had no intention of improving relations with the hero. She didn't want Clara to succeed, either. Later on, she realized that her friend didn't stand a chance, and this made her happy. However, she understood that the Zhuangs had to keep the hero as their backing, so she kept a good relationship with him. Wang Ting also took the time to meet up with the younger generation of experts from Earth. This included Han Zhu and Ji Xiuming, as well as classmates Bailey Qingfeng, Lu Shu, and Song Shuhang. Shortly after the young Earl took his leave, they went to planet Yuming and were exposed to the most advanced cultivation methods in the universe. Those young warriors were motivated by Earth's top hero and pushed themselves relentlessly to become better with great determination. Now, they were among the best of the younger generation. They had the potential to advance beyond the planetary stage. One had to admit that even though the universe was dangerous, it was a suitable place to cultivate young talents. Eagles can only soar in a vast sky. Their growth on Earth was restricted by the environment's limitations. Good times never lasted for long. The hero stayed on planet Yuming Planet for 15 days and knew it was time to leave. A peaceful home was akin to a burial ground in the eyes of heroes. He couldn't immerse himself in it. He did win first place in the League of Talents. He knew it was only within the Great Qian Empire. He was aware that there were many powerful forces beyond the Empire's influence. Feria's Pan-Cosmic Alliance was one of them, and there were many others like it. He could only meet those factions in the 7 stellar academies. That was the place where our hero could truly witness the vast skies. Of course, the most important thing was to farm attributes from those talents. He couldn't wait any longer. Wang Ting said to Roundball that evening, Roundball, inform the 7th Stellar Academy that I'll be on my way to report. Are we finally leaving? I've been waiting for a long time. The little one was filled with excitement. The fellow wanted to see the legendary 7 Stellar Academies, as it didn't have a similar chance when it followed Nangongyu in the past. Now, it could finally see a broader world by following the young Earl. We should leave. The latter showed a troubled expression. Okay, I'll inform them right away, Roundball replied. They didn't know how fast the Academy's ships were. 2 days later, Wang Ting received a notification that the spacecraft was about to arrive. Planet Yuming, space docking port Zhuangwi's, Zhuang Caishuan, Clara and the others went to see him off. Wu Xingyun, Han Ping and the rest were there as well. The Earth's experts had undergone some transformations after taking the 1000 grass elixir. This was especially so for Hong Tianxia and Yong Liangong. They were advanced in age, and the effects were more prominent. Like Han Ping, they became much younger. Lin Chuhan was astonished by their appearances, and barely recognized them. Even Zhuang Wei's was surprised. He wasn't unfamiliar with those seniors. They used to look ancient, but now, they had youthful looks. The change was tremendous. It was understandable, as his daughter had told him about the Earl preparing 7th-level Grandmaster pills for them. The governor was a bit envious. 7th-level Grandmaster pills. Those warriors from Earth actually enjoyed a benefit he couldn't even afford. Had those seniors not been from the hero's home planet, they wouldn't have had such an opportunity, even after cultivating for several centuries. Based on this, Earl Wang's sentimental trait was evident. Zhuang Wei's became even more determined to cling on to him. After all, he had some personal connections with the young overlord. As long as he served him faithfully, he believed he would gain recognition in the future. On the other hand, Wu Xingyun's changes weren't significant. He still looked like a middle-aged man, only his white hair turned black after consuming the 1000-grass elixir. This made him feel a bit disappointed. However, the young Earl used his real eye to examine their physical conditions and confirmed that there were no more lingering injuries. They would undoubtedly achieve twice the result with half the effort in their future cultivation. Right then, Wang Teng and Lin Chuhan stood together, gazing silently at each other. The young woman was silent. There was a trace of reluctance in her eyes as she tightly held the hero's hand. Wang Teng didn't say much, only grasping her hand firmly, offering comfort. Han Ping interrupted their moment and teased, "Don't be like this. It's not like he can't come back. You can just meet in the virtual universe if you ever miss each other." Lin Chuhan instantly felt embarrassed. Wang Ting rolled his eyes in exasperation. Wu Xingyun walked over and chimed in, "Both of you are still young, there's still a long road ahead." Just then, a violent spatial fluctuation was felt. A dimensional rift was suddenly torn open outside planet Yuming, and a large ancient warship emerged from within at a slow speed. All the locals saw the massive craft and exclaimed, "It's the warship from the 7th Stellar Academy." They had only seen the warship through the live broadcast. But now, a real one had just appeared outside the planet's atmosphere. The ancient aura overwhelmed them. Many were holding their breath, hearts skipping a beat. The warship was similar to the ones that appeared during the League of Talents. It also had a strange symbol as insignia. The latter meant 7 in the Paleo clan's language. "I have to go." Wang Teng looked up. He knew that the ship was there to pick him up. Lin Chuhan took a deep breath and gently released the man's hand with a smile on her face. "Go on. I will catch up to you." Wang Teng gave her a deep glance and slowly rose to the sky. He then finally turned into a streak of light and headed towards the floating warship. "Until we meet again," said a voice that slowly echoed in the sky. A beam of light descended from the warship and guided the hero inside. Then, the ancient warship transformed into a ray of light and disappeared from its current spot, vanishing from everyone's sights. Wang Teng had just embarked on a new journey. Chapter 1641 An Ancient Warship. Ancient Runes. 1. An ancient warship flew through the emptiness at a swift speed, too fast to be seen by the naked eye. At the ship's bottom deck, in a spacious and luxuriously decorated room, Wang Ting saw a familiar figure. Invigilator Sikong, the hero, exclaimed in surprise when he saw the expert. "Haha, surprised to see me?" asked the senior with a laugh. "Wang Ting. This invigilator is a little cheeky." "Invigilator, why are you here?" he asked. "To welcome you personally. Our academy values you highly." The elder laughed once more. Wang Teng blinked. He was honestly startled. "I'm honored." Sikong II was a profound eternal stage expert. Even so, he personally went there to greet him. "Is it true," as he said, "that the 7th Stellar Academy values me greatly? Don't overthink. You entered the star rankings. This treatment is only natural," said the elder. The hero nodded in response. "You can call me Instructor Sikong from now on, as I also teach at the academy." "All right." Wang Teng was surprised, only then realizing the man's additional identity. Nodding, he said, "Instructor Sikong. Good. Rest assured, choosing our 7th Stellar Academy is the wisest decision you could make," the elder replied happily. "I've never regretted the choice I made," Wang Teng said calmly. Now it was time for the instructor to be shocked. He glanced at the young student and chuckled. I like your character. No wonder you've come this far. You flatter me, instructor, the hero replied in a humble manner. The senior beckoned him and said, Come, let's sit and have a chat. Wang Ting accepted the offer and sat down on a comfortable sofa. Instructor, how long does it take to reach the academy? Our warship, although equivalent to Eternal class, is 3 times faster than the ordinary vessels at full speed. We'll reach the 7th Stellar Academy in just a few days, Sikong II explained while pouring a glass of fragrant wine for the hero. He then crossed his legs. What? Someone gasped in Wang Ting's mind. It was Roundball, taken aback by the revelation. The hero was similarly dumbfounded, knowing how fast similar class ships were. Previously, when he returned to planet Yumming, he had actually used an Eternal-level spacecraft. Such a speed was far beyond what a universe-level ship could compare to, saving him a considerable amount of time. And yet, Sikong II told him that their vessel's speed was 3 times that of a normal Eternal-level spacecraft. It was terrifying. Wang Teng, ask him if the warship was built using the Paleo clan's technology. Ask him. Hurry. Roundball's eager voice resonated in Wang Ting's mind. The Paleo clan's technology? A trace of curiosity flashed in Wang Ting's eyes. The fact that the ship was related to the Paleo clan surprised him. Keeping his composure in check, he asked, Instructor Sikong, why is this warship so fast? Because it's a Paleo clan's warship, Sikong II glanced at him and said. A Paleo clan's warship? Wang Teng pretended to be confused. How amazing. All right, enough with the acting. You should know a little about the Paleo clan, Sikong II said. Instructor, what are you saying? I don't understand. I don't know what the Paleo clan is. The hero kept playing the oblivious part. Kid, stop pretending. The physical skill you used back in the League of Talents belongs to the Paleo clan, said the elder as he pointed at his new junior with a wry smile. Cough, all right. The secret is out. Wang Ting coughed awkwardly. He should have guessed that he couldn't fool the instructors from the 7 stellar academies. The golden symbol that appeared on his forehead whenever he executed the ancient god's body was written with the Paleo clan's language. Perhaps he could deceive the ones unaware, but he couldn't deceive the instructors from the 7 stellar academies. The senior smiled and said nonchalantly, how cautious of you. That's good. Being cautious will keep you alive. However, I don't know anything about the Paleo clan's warships, Wang Ting said. Let me explain to you then. Sikong II contemplated for some time before continuing. The warship was discovered in some ancient ruins, and the consensus is that it was behind by an ancient race. Not only does it possess astonishing defensive capabilities, the speed surpasses that of modern ships, and the difference is significant. It garnered much attention when it came out. We conducted research on it and managed to acquire some ancient runic knowledge. We found that the runic technology from back then differs greatly from the ones used today. It seems that we are far inferior to those ancient clans. Oh my, Wang Ting didn't know what to say. It was truly shocking to hear such a statement from his instructor. The man admitted that they were inferior when compared to the ancient races. While our hero was aware of the immense power those ancient clans held, and of their countless legends throughout the universe, he had always believed that modern-day humanity was stronger. After all, the ancient clans were already gone, while the human race was the true dominator of the universe in recent times. Surprised? Sikong II asked with a smile. Yes. The young man nodded. There's no shame in admitting that we're not as great as our predecessors. We are still researching what they left behind, hoping to one day surpass them, the senior said. Chapter 1642 An Ancient Warship. Ancient Runes. 2. Is that why the Stellar Academies wanted to capture the Great Lightning Monster? Was it for research? Wang Teng asked. It was a sudden thought that popped up in his mind. Looks like you've connected the dots. Sikong II nodded. We want to find something in the creature's bloodline. Find something? Wang Teng was surprised. He asked, what do you want to find? Certain things that are recorded in its bloodline. You'll learn of this in the future, the elder replied. I see. The hero understood this as a closing statement, so he dropped the matter for the moment. He asked a few more questions about the 7th Stellar Academy. The instructor offered clarification in a patient manner. After chatting for a while, the young earl was finally led to a room to get some rest. Seekung II said, "We will arrive at the academy in approximately 5 days. You can walk around and explore the warship if you're curious." He turned to leave after relaying the message. Roundball urged, "Wang Teng, don't cultivate for now. Let's have a look around first. It's a rare opportunity to see an ancient clan's warship." "All right, let's do that." Wang Ting shook his head and said, "Why are you so curious about a Paleo clan warship? This is an artifact of an ancient clan. It contains the wisdom of their civilization." "Of course I'd be curious," replied Roundball. "It's hard to tell much from the exterior." The hero wandered aimlessly along the corridor while conversing with the little fellow. "Unless we get one of these in the future. It wouldn't be easy." Roundball was pessimistic. These warships are only found in ruins, and the ruins themselves aren't easy to find. Moreover, even if we manage to locate any, there's no guarantee that we'll find large objects like warships. Who knows? Wang Ting was just throwing out ideas. He noticed that the ship's interior was completely done in a contemporary style. He could hardly sense any ancient decor. "Looks like they've done some redesign," the hero lamented. "It's normal. You can't expect people to appreciate ancient clan aesthetics," Roundball said. "It's a pity we can't see the ancient designs. Go deeper. We might find sections with the original design." Wang Ting nodded and complied. They had just passed through a living and leisure area, with nothing of particular interest. He scanned the area using his real eye and found something interesting. There was a slightly dim corridor with a touch of antiquity. A thought crossed the hero's mind, and he took a step forward. He felt a chill sweep over his body all of a sudden. He noticed a staircase leading downwards appear before him after taking a few steps. "We can go further down?" Roundball was stunned. "Let's go and take a look," said the little one. Wang Ting proceeded down the stairs. Each step reverberated in the vast, empty space. "I hope we don't find any strange things like ancient ghosts down there," Roundball said. "Why is an intelligent life form like you afraid of that?" The hero felt at a loss. "I'm not afraid. I'm just worried you'd be afraid," the other replied nervously, feeling guilty. "Thank you. No need to worry about me. I'll beat those ghosts if I have to," Wang Ting said angrily. He reached the bottom of the staircase while they spoke. He looked around and noticed something, then quickly walked towards a metallic wall. "This is..." The little helper was amazed. There were ancient rune engravings on the wall. It was the first time seeing the like for our hero. He found them profoundly intricate and complex. Just a few glances and he already felt dizzy and overwhelmed. His expression changed somewhat, then he quickly shook his head and looked away, feeling astonished. "Wang Ting, this seems to be the ship's core," Roundball said. "The core should be behind this wall. Look, there's a door right there." Wang Ting pointed at a corner. "You're right." The little one nodded in deep thought. These must be Paleo clan runes. The hero tried once more to check the engraved wall. These ancient runes are mysterious. The little helper was dumbstruck. It quickly looked away, only daring to analyze the ciphers a short while. Wang Ting frowned and looked around, noticing that only that particular wall had those runic adornments, which emanated a sense of ancient wisdom and times of yore. That section had been left untouched, keeping its original look. Suddenly, his gaze turned sharp. An attribute bubble seeped out of the carved wall. "This place can drop attribute bubbles." Wang Ting was shocked. He swiftly collected them with spiritual power. Ancient runes *10 in Wang Ting's mind. Intricate runes were manifested, shimmering with a golden hue, as if sketched with spiritual power. However, they quickly dissipated, transforming into a profound realization that merged into his memory. He closed his eyes to receive the associated enlightenment. He opened his eyes a moment later. There seemed to be fleeting glimpses of golden symbols within his pupils, flashing by and disappearing in an instant. So these are the ancient runes. Wang Ting had a deeper understanding of their nature. He had barely received 10 points of the attribute, but that was enough to turn the switch on inside him. This enabled him with the capability of understanding the symbols, unlike before when he was completely ignorant on the subject. Now, he no longer felt as dizzy when looking at the wall full of runes. Furthermore, there were even 2 specific runes he could now comprehend and glean their meaning. He was a rune master to begin with, making his rune discernment superior to that of the normal person. Now, adding some ancient knowledge, his perception grew even deeper. Wang Ting, why are you daydreaming? Round Ball's voice pulled him back into reality. The former shook his head and replied, nothing. I'm just wondering if these ancient runes are connected to the runes we have in modern times. He didn't reveal the fact that he acquired the related attribute. It was hard to explain such things. It's possible, Round Ball mused. I've heard that modern runes evolved from the ancient ones. They are in fact a simplified version. A simplified version? Wang Ting frowned. He was stunned. But these are just rumors. There's no definitive information available. The small helper shook its head. Seemingly done with exploring, it said, we probably can't access the core area. Let's go. What's the rush? Let me take a closer look. Wang Ting paused and continued to gaze at the stone wall. He wanted to see if more attribute bubbles would pop up. Why do you want to look when you don't understand them? Round Ball was puzzled by the hero's decision. What if I suddenly understand something? The hero flashed a meaningful smile. If you can do that, I'll bark like a dog, said the little one, reinforced with an eye roll. You were the one who said it. Wang Ting smiled, thinking that the latter had dug its own grave. Yes, I said it, Round Ball said confidently. I've recorded everything you said. Wait and see. Wang Ting laughed. He swept his spiritual power and collected another attribute bubble. Ancient runes *5. A gleam of excitement flickered in his eyes. The hypothesis was proven. The wall was capable of producing attribute bubbles. It was a special wall. A wall capable of dropping attribute bubbles. This was extraordinary. Wang Ting became extremely curious about what was on the other side of the wall. However, no matter how much he tried with his real eye, he couldn't see what was beyond it. He could raise the level of his analyzing skill, but that would undoubtedly exhaust a lot of his blank attributes. He didn't feel it was worth it. He stood in front of the wall for the following half hour and collected more bubbles. In the end, he managed to accumulate 65 points for the ancient runes stat. His grasp of the old symbols was greatly increased. Chapter 1643. Your expression seems weird. 1. Ancient runes, 65 1000, Foundation. Wang Ting glanced at his attributes board. His ancient runes mastery had reached the foundation stage. Now he was able to comprehend a small portion of the runes whenever he looked at them. The feeling of dizziness had lessened further. Round Ball noticed something amiss. The longer his master stared at the wall, the more appalled it was. Is Wang Ting really able to comprehend ancient runes? This guy is cheating again. This was not the first time happening. Whenever the little helper felt that something was impossible, the young hero made it possible. Wang Ting furrowed his brow, realizing that the symbols were indeed profound and difficult to grasp. Just the foundation stage alone required 1,000 points. Mind you, he only had 65 points at the moment. However, it was surprising to find that the rune stat was appearing as a separate category on the board, as if unrelated to the attributes of a rune master. The ancient runes element was considered as a separate component altogether. Of course, Wang Ting's rune mastery was at the Grandmaster stage. This implied that his cipher understanding had far surpassed that of an average rune master. That was an unchangeable fact. Round Ball no longer urged the young man to leave. It now wanted to see how much the latter could comprehend. Half an hour later, the hero shook his head and turned to leave. You're not looking anymore? Round Ball asked. I'm done, said the former as he left in the same way he came. Alas, the wall had stopped dropping attribute bubbles, so there was no use in staying any longer. The little one asked after some hesitation. The fellow didn't find it strange, as it was impressive enough that Wang Ting could resist for so long. I comprehended a little, he replied casually. Round Ball took a deep breath, feeling stimulated. This fellow is definitely not normal. What do the ancient runes on the wall mean? The helper asked curiously. It's a protective and isolating runic array, with much greater effectiveness than our current rune sets. However, I only understood a small portion of it. Wang Ting shook his head in the end. Protection and isolation? Kind of what I was guessing. Round Ball thought for some time and asked, "Can you understand more of those symbols?" "I need more examples." "That wall alone is not enough," Wang Ting said. "You're right. The ancient runes shown on the wall aren't that many. It's already impressive that you were capable of deciphering some of them. It's definitely easier to comprehend and extrapolate when there's a larger number of runes. This would help us understand the meaning and implications behind them." Wang Ting blinked and nodded. Meaning and implications? The thing on the other side of the wall had to be the main reason why it could drop attribute bubbles. The hero returned to his room, choosing to end the exploration for the moment. He locked himself in the cultivation room and started to meditate. He was well aware of his strengths. The system had allowed him to achieve a well-rounded development. He also acquired a wide array of battle techniques. Since his cultivation stage couldn't be improved for the moment, he shifted his focus to his battle techniques and domains. Universe and Eternal stage battle techniques could be used to tackle normal talents, but they were definitely insufficient for the geniuses in the stellar academies. If our hero wanted to defeat someone of a higher stage, he would need powerful moves at the Eternal stage or above. He had a few extremely powerful ones: Ancient God's Body, Godslayer Sword Scripture, Huang Heaven Blade, the 12 Tyrant Swords. There was shock after carefully assessing his stock, since he had 4 techniques of divine level. He also had his self-created Space Tornado. Its power was definitely on par with the other techniques. The ones of the Tornado series were also good, but they weren't as strong as the Space Tornado. He couldn't increase the first 4's level unless he used his blank attributes. However, the hero was planning to keep them for his breakthrough to the Cosmos stage. Once he broke through to the Cosmos stage, he foresaw that he would be completely different from ordinary warriors. Thus, he shifted his attention to his Tornado series. Those include the Bladesword Tornado, Snowstorm Tornado, Firestorm Tornado, Lightning Tornado, and Space Tornado. Those moves were incredibly powerful as they were. The hero wondered what kind of transformation would take place if he were to combine them. He felt excited just by thinking about it. Wang Ting's gaze shimmered as he decided to give it a try. He raised a hand, the lightning and wind force surged from his body. They gathered and combined in his palm, forming a mini lightning tornado. Thunder crackled and echoed within the cultivation room, accompanied by a deep rumbling. The mini tornado was only palm-sized, but the power it contained was nothing to sneeze at. The hero didn't want to cause damage to the warship if he released a larger-sized tornado. Hence, he made a mini one. Moreover, he wanted to fuse the 2 powers. Success on the first try wasn't certain. There was a risk of producing a massive explosion upon failure, potentially unleashing an even more astonishing force. Once the mini lightning tornado was formed, he started to add ice force. An intense repulsion force was immediately produced. The power of lightning was overwhelmingly dominant. Incorporating another force into the already formed tornado was a challenge. It was especially the case when using the equally powerful ice force. Suddenly, a violent power erupted from the vortex, causing a drastic explosion. Wang Teng's expression changed a bit. He released the mini-tornado and darted out of the cultivation room. Boom! The entire cubicle vibrated as a violent explosion took place within. Fortunately, his foresight paid off. It would have been perilous to release a bigger tornado. The aftershock gradually subsided. Wang Teng re-entered the room and tried again. He closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, recalling the details of the previous merging, trying to identify the cause of failure. An idea popped in his mind. I instilled the fire, metal, and wind origins into the space tornado when I fought in the League of Talents, but nothing bad happened. His eyes opened with an abrupt motion, knowing what he should change. He extended his palm once again, but this time he didn't unleash a lightning tornado. Instead, he released a miniature space tornado, even smaller than the previous attempt. This vortex was in fact several times more powerful than the other. The cultivation room could withstand eternal stage attacks, but it was better to be careful. Furthermore, his choice would help him economize the use of his force reserves, and could make more experiments this way. The miniature space tornado took shape, and the hero gradually began to infuse it with the power of lightning. The spatial power exhibited some resistance at first, but the repulsion wasn't as strong as before. The space element soon took the dominant position, and the lightning power was on par with the wind power. The hero's eyes lit up. He controlled the three powers and slowly merged the lightning power. It can be done. Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief after some time. There was no explosion this time. The three powers coexisted in a peculiar state of balance. The power of space was acting as the leader, while the powers of wind and lightning were like its subordinates. They existed in harmony. Continue. Showing determination, he manifested ice power, and gradually merged it into the existing combination. The emergence of a fourth power disrupted the existing balance. Lightning was the first power to react, furiously resisting the new element. The newfound understanding helped the young expert to immediately harness the power of space to suppress the insurgent lightning. That way, both ice and lightning were subdued by the power of space. Of course, the process wasn't as simple as it sounded. Time and effort were needed to ensure that the four different powers kept a balance. The integration took half an hour this time. Wang Ting finally heaved a sigh of relief. The formerly conflicting ice and lightning could be vaguely seen inside the tornado. Wang Ting blinked and the fire force appeared on his other hand. He wondered if he should add it, given that ice and fire were opposing elements, and the new addition could trigger another turbulence. He gritted his teeth after a moment of hesitation. The fire element was a powerful attacking force. He wanted to use his divine flames in the future, so he couldn't ignore it. The fire in his left hand gradually approached the vortex. The hero felt a bit nervous. The next second, the fire force was completely merged with the tornado. Bang! A loud explosion was heard and Wang Teng's expression changed somewhat. He quickly threw the vortex away, rushed out of the cultivation room and swiftly closed the door behind him. The series of actions were executed with remarkable fluidity. The turbulence within the cultivation room lasted for a long time. Even though it was just a miniature tornado, there was a qualitative change after fusing various forces. There was an immense power increase. A figure suddenly appeared behind the hero. The person stared at the cultivation room curiously and asked, "What are you doing?" "Instructor Sikong." Wang Teng jumped in fright. Turning around, he saw the old expert. He didn't expect that his actions would disturb the senior, so he awkwardly said, "It's nothing. I was just trying out a self-created skill." The expert had a sudden thought. "Was that the move you used to defeat the Crown Prince back in the League of Talents?" "Yes," Wang Teng nodded. He didn't hide the fact. "That move is powerful." Sikong II sized up the young earl in astonishment. "I didn't know it was a self-created move." "Just a series of coincidences," Wang Teng replied humbly. The elder touched his chin and asked, "I noticed space power in that move. Do you have the talent to harness space force?" "Yes." The young one nodded. "Space talent is rare and special. I'm afraid only a few individuals possess special talents that can compare to yours, even those found in the 7 stellar academies." The old fellow sighed. "Instructor, are there many people with special talents in the campuses?" Wang Ting's eyes lit up. Sikong II looked at him curiously. "Your expression seems a little weird." "You must be mistaken," the young hero replied with an earnest expression. Chapter 1644 Endless Tornado. "Really?" Sikong II gave Wang Ting a meaningful glance. "You probably imagined it," the young hero said. "There are indeed many geniuses with special talents in the 7 stellar academies. They are all extremely powerful, so you shouldn't provoke them." The wizened senior didn't dwell on the matter. "Great. The young one was elated. What did you say? Great. Shouldn't new students like him feel a little apprehensive when they hear such things? Why does Wang Teng seem a little excited? I mean, the stellar academies must be interesting since there are many talents, the young hero said. You're quite an interesting fellow. It's been a while since I last saw a student like you. The senior smiled. Instructor, if there's nothing else, I'll be going back to cultivate. Sikong II waved a hand. No problem, go ahead. Wang Teng went straight back to the cultivation chamber and resumed his tornado techniques amalgamation. Sikong II stood outside the cultivation chamber and extended his perception to read the fluctuations of forces within. A glimmer of excitement appeared in his eyes. He was looking forward to the hero's self-created move. Inside the cultivation chamber, Wang Teng blinked and pondered for a moment. He continued his experimentation and began infusing the power of lightning into the space tornado. The power of ice and fire appeared on his left hand. The two forces became intertwined and gradually merged, reaching an equilibrium. All the different forces in Wang Teng's body had attained a certain balance. This had given him some insights on the matter. This process was undoubtedly easier than the previous fusion with the space tornado, because there weren't other interfering forces. Wang Teng didn't add the fused powers into the tornado immediately. He was going to fuse more forces. Next was water. However, the instant it was added, both ice and fire forces started raging. They exploded. It was another failure. He had to pause and contemplate, realizing that brute force alone wouldn't suffice to merge the various tornadoes. He needed to experiment and reflect simultaneously, identifying any potential issues that might arise during the process. If not, he would keep on failing. After a moment, he suddenly realized where his mistake was. No, my approach was wrong from the beginning. His gaze turned sharp as he immediately dissipated the mini vortex in his right hand and released his 5 basic element forces. They formed a balanced energy sphere in his hand. The 5 elements generated and restrained one another. For this very reason, merging them simultaneously allowed them to reach an equilibrium, continuously circulating and sustaining each other. It's too ugly, Wang Teng muttered to himself. He changed the ball made of forces into a multicolored lotus flower, each force being a petal. At the center, a golden stalk was formed from spiritual power, which maintained the overall balance. Executing the space tornado needed the use of his spiritual power. Stabilizing the 5 forces also needed the latter. It worked as the belt binding them together. Next were the lightning and ice forces. He sent the 2 into the 5-colored lotus flower. The merging process was extremely smooth once he found the crux. The added pair created 2 more petals outside the lotus. They were purple and ice blue in color. A 7-colored lotus flower appeared before his eyes. Indeed, it worked. Wang Teng was elated. His approach was the right one. He wasn't in a hurry to merge his forces into the tornado, but he managed to bind them using their internal circulation as reference. Then, he finally transformed them into a tornado. Since I've already reached this point, I shall go all the way. There was a slight movement within Wang Teng's heart as he mobilized the poison and light forces in his body. He also sent them to the 7-colored creation, gradually transforming them to make an additional pair of petals, their colors also different. The 7-colored lotus was turned into a 9-colored lotus. Except for dark force, he used all the other forces in his arsenal. Perfect. Wang Teng looked at the 9-colored plant floating before him and nodded with satisfaction. He felt a high sense of accomplishment as he admired his own masterpiece. There was a tremendous amount of energy brewing inside his creation. He could make the thing explode if he wanted it to, transforming it into an incredibly terrifying means of attack. However, that was just the beginning. Wang Teng's expression turned grim. He gradually manifested the space tornado. In one hand, he held the 9-colored lotus, while the other held the miniature vortex. He took a deep breath and cautiously placed his hands together. Boom! A deep rumbling sound rang as the 2 manifestations gradually merged. Wang Teng stared at the vortex while holding his breath. He was filled with anticipation. He was also ready to retreat if any accidents occurred. However, the possible crisis didn't take place. The space tornado calmed down, with the 9-colored lotus circling slowly inside. It became the tornado's core. A suffocating and dreadful aura permeated the surroundings. Success. Wang Ting was overjoyed. He almost crushed the ominous vortex in his hand out of excitement. Fortunately, he managed to keep his emotions in check. He took a deep breath and calmed down. He kept admiring the small tornado in his hand. The more he looked at it, the more satisfied he felt. That was his final approach. The several fused energies working as the core became a hidden threat within the vortex. He didn't need to merge them completely into the space tornado. They only needed to exist in another form. In the event of a fight, he could merge the core with the outer vortex and make it explode right at the last moment. There would be no need to control the tornado at that point. The raging energy inside would become the most potent weapon against the enemy, while being the essence of the storm itself. Shall I test how powerful it is right here? The hero wondered. He looked around inside the cultivation room. The place was inscribed with arrays capable of withstanding attacks even from eternal stage warriors. His conjured tornado was a miniature version, and thus the power was limited. It wouldn't be as powerful as an eternal stage attack. He didn't have to worry. He pushed his palm forward and the tornado was thrown away. A low shout was uttered by the hero. Explode. The 9-colored lotus within the space tornado was disintegrated. The stalk made of spiritual power fell and the 9-colored core lost its equilibrium. It immediately transformed into 9 different streams of energy that swept through the storm. Boom. It was a terrifying explosion. It was clear that the different forces, such as ice, fire, lightning, and more, were all rapidly spinning and merging into the storm, all of it in an incredible manner. Moreover, influenced by the metal force, beams of sword and blade projections emerged. Even the elements transmuted to create swords and blades. Besides their original forms, there was an added sharpness. That was the blade sword tornado's essence. If the hero wanted to merge his tornado series, he would need to integrate the essence of each storm, not just their superficial aspects. It was obvious that he had succeeded. He didn't leave the cultivation room. He stood on the spot and observed the tornado's transformation. This helped the young hero to guess the attack's power. Boom. Just then, the tornado exploded, producing a terrifying backlash. The air became distorted at the center of the explosion. Thin dimensional rifts were formed. This was astonishing. Mind you, Wang Ting had only created a miniature version of the attack, and its power would be limited. And yet, it still managed to create dimensional rifts. At the same time, Sikong II looked towards Wang Ting's cultivation room in bewilderment. What did I just sense? 10 different forces: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, poison, ice, and light. There were indeed 10 different forces. This young fellow grasped all these forces. The elder was flabbergasted, and couldn't help but curse, F***K, pervert. Inside the cultivation room, Wang Ting had manifested a force shield around him, ensuring he wouldn't be hurt by the tornado's effects. The smile on his face grew wider when he sensed the fluctuations on his force protective shield. The hero was truly satisfied with the results of the fusion. If I execute the attack fully, I should be able to kill a universe stage warrior, right? Wang Ting wondered. Apart from its tremendous power, the most significant aspect of the improved space tornado was the abundance of forces contained within. The power of lightning, ice, fire, and even poison had turned it into an unstoppable force that was difficult to defend against. Some fighters could resist 1 or 2 forces, but could they resist 9 of them? Wang Ting was essentially cheating. Still, he had the capability to do so. Others would have no chance to do the same, even if they wanted to. This is just the initial fusion. I can incorporate tribulation power, divine flames, nether frost, netherworld water, and other special powers. I may even tap into origin powers. Only then can I truly harm a universe stage warrior. The young hero was well aware of the move's potential. Relying solely on merging forces wouldn't be enough to defeat truly powerful warriors. At best, it could deal with Cosmostage opponents. Round Ball was appalled. The fellow had been observing all this time, keeping mum to avoid disturbing the young hero. Now, after seeing the tornado's power, it was finally unable to hold back. What a terrifying strength. It's all right. Wang Teng smiled. This is just an experiment. I haven't executed it to its full force. The little one nodded in agreement. Having seen the previous tornado, it noticed the changes. Still, I can't call it Space Tornado anymore. He was in deep thought, wondering what name to give it. He thought for a long time but had no idea. Indeed, he was weak when it came to giving names. Round Ball, do you have any good suggestions? Why not call it Endless Tornado? The little one suggested. Endless Tornado. Wang Ting's eyes lit up with a smile. Not bad. Let's call it that. Chapter 1645 The Void Torrent Belt. The Endless Tornado's success left Wang Teng overjoyed. That was his most powerful offensive technique thus far. No, it might still be his most powerful offensive technique in the future. The move would continue to become stronger as his own strength grew. This would be so when his origin powers became stronger. It would rise whenever the level of his space physique improved. This would also happen whenever he found more unique items, like divine flames, the netherfrost, and the netherworld water. The power of his endless tornado would multiply. Wang Ting had a vague idea. If he managed to instill the power of time to the endless tornado, what kind of qualitative transformation would it undergo? It was hard to imagine. The hero didn't have an inkling of the ultimate power this battle technique could achieve. The potential was limitless. Such was his evaluation of the endless tornado. The sheer joy made him want to laugh out loud. To think he created such a powerful battle technique. He was amazing. However, Round Ball was right there, so he kept a serious expression, appearing calm and unaffected, as if it were no big deal. As expected, his response left the little one at a loss, feeling that it couldn't understand Wang Teng anymore. After completing the current advancement of his tornado, the hero thought for some time and decided to switch and study another battle technique, or rather, a divine ability. It was the World Devourer ability of the devouring Nihility beast. Based on Nihility's memories, this divine talent was incredibly terrifying, as it could engulf any and all object. He didn't have time to examine it in the past, or to properly develop it. There was one time when he executed the Dark Devour domain during the League of Talents, after the Crown Prince was in a devilized form. Such a technique contained the power of devouring inside. This power wasn't as powerful as the World Devourer move, but it was also terrifying. Thanks to that test, he finally started to give the divine ability some attention. World Devourer could become frightening if he developed it along with a domain. It wouldn't just devour food to replenish himself, it would also become a mysterious and unpredictable attack method. The universe stage warrior he fought with in the past was trapped in the devouring space because of this divine ability. Oh right, speaking about him, the hero suddenly remembered that the fellow was still there. Indeed, it wasn't easy to kill a universe stage warrior. Even then, he had yet to be completely devoured. He didn't understand experts of that level, so he thought that the Devour Nihility beast's power was enough to completely devour the fellow. However, from the looks of it, unless Nihility reached the Heaven stage or even stronger, it would be unable to easily consume the other party. Wang Teng sensed that the warrior had used some method to seal his origin, limiting his exhaustion, even in the devouring space. He was able to hold on for a long time. The situation was regrettable. The young hero was looking forward to obtaining more treasures from the expert. Of course, being able to suppress a universe stage warrior was enough to prove the terrifying nature of the devouring Nihility beast. Boom! A loud explosion interrupted Wang Teng's thoughts. What happened? He was surprised. Let's go out and take a look, Round Ball said. The hero nodded and walked out of the cultivation room to reach the warship's lobby. Sikong II looked at him and smiled. Don't worry. Our warship has already left the Liuguang territorial domain where the Great Qian Empire is located. Wang Teng was surprised. The Liuguang territorial domain? Looks like you're unfamiliar with the world outside the Great Chen, said the elder. The young man nodded. He searched through Nihility's memories and finally understood what a territorial domain was. He was shocked. Sikong II also expounded on the subject. A territorial domain is a vast collection of stellar domains. The human race has found 136 territorial domains, which are exceptionally vast. The Liuguang territorial domain is one amongst the 136, and the Great Qian Empire is but one of the factions inside it. Considering all existing factions, they are within the top 3 in terms of strength. 136 territorial domains. Wang Teng compared it with the information in his memory and his surprise grew. The vastness of the universe stretched far beyond the limits of human comprehension, and the Great Qian Empire was just a tiny speck within it. Even the Liuguang territorial domain was just a small component of the whole. Going beyond humanity's area of influence, there are domains of other unique races. Sikong II allowed the young hero to process the information before he continued. There are many domains that are still unknown to us. The universe is boundless, and humans have yet to fully explore its depths. The elder glossed over the subject, not wanting to go into detail. As for Wang Teng, the memories he had just retrieved made him realize that the instructor's words weren't baseless. There were indeed countless domains beyond humanity's 136 territories, and they weren't any weaker in comparison. For instance, the Mecha territorial domain, owned by the Mecha race. There were Mecha races like Lan in the Great Qian Empire, but they were rare. Similarly, humans could also exist in the Mecha territorial domain. That was the real home of the Mecha race. They thrived there and all the race variants were powerful. Humans had ventured into the territory to train, but their understanding of the Mecha race was limited. They were a mysterious bunch. The Mecha domain was an extremely mysterious place in the entire universe. Another example was the Solar Dragon territorial domain. That was a place controlled by the Solar Dragon race. Naming a territorial domain after a race proved how powerful the latter was. Wang Ting frowned, suddenly realizing that the Solar Dragon race was more troublesome than expected. How could he compete with them when they controlled an entire domain? The corpse of the Solar Dragon race expert he had acquired earlier was like a ticking bomb, ready to bring him major trouble at any moment. The only information he had in the past was that their kind was a mighty force in the universe. He didn't expect them to be that powerful. This was the downside of going over the Devour Nihility beast's memories. The creature was a formidable existence, so it didn't hold much regard for the Solar Dragon race. That was the reason why it registered those dragons as insignificant. And the hero took the information at face value, stupidly so. He only realized how terrifying they were after the comparison. Heavens! Wang Teng felt regretful. But it was too late. The joy of taking advantage was directly proportional to the misery experienced later. His frustration kept growing, and could only sigh. What happened? Round Ball asked. Round Ball, I suddenly feel that my life is filled with darkness, the hero said. Are you crazy? The little one asked with a strange expression. The universe is vast, but given your talent, you're capable enough to rival against their top geniuses. Don't feel discouraged. It has nothing to do with them. I just remembered something troublesome. Wang Ting shook his head. Tell me about it. The little helper was surprised. Forget it, I won't talk about it. I'm afraid you'd lose sleep because of it, the other replied. Round Ball. Why are you keeping me in the dark when you've already said so much? Are you purposely trying to make me feel uncomfortable? The hero's unwillingness to speak made the little one even more curious. It kept pestering the former. In the end, he relented. Do you remember the Solar Dragon race's corpse? I see. Round Ball was enlightened. It smiled and continued, that might be troublesome, but don't worry. The Solar Dragon race is arrogant, they wouldn't bully a junior. Only members of your same age would come looking for you. Really? Wang Ting's eyes lit up. Of course. Round Ball stared at him weirdly. Were you thinking you'd be forced to be on the run? Wang Ting coughed awkwardly and said, no way. I'm just thinking I would need to lay low in the 7th Stellar Academy and cultivate for a few hundred years until I became invincible if there aren't other options. Only then would I come out. The little one was stunned. What kind of thoughts is this? What is he thinking? Does he think he can become invincible by cultivating in secret for a few hundred years? I don't believe it. Actually, it's not a bad idea. Wang Ting touched his chin. What are you saying? You'll become useless if you stay in the academy for a few hundred years, said the angry helper. You don't understand. Staying hidden is a deep and profound skill, the hero said. Round ball. Deep and profound skill? Only Wang Ting had the ability to make a timid act sound so refreshing and righteous. The conversation was brief, taking place in their minds. Right then, Sikong II waved a hand and activated the panoramic simulation. The boundless universe appeared in the air. Right before them was a strange-looking river. What's that? Wang Ting was attracted by it. That's the Void Torrent Belt, said the little one in the hero's mind, the tone grim. At the same time, the instructor also offered an answer. The Void Torrent Belt. Wang Ting looked ahead, astonished. It was like a river dotted with countless celestial bodies, with neither an evident beginning nor an end. It was a spectacular sight. Void torrent belts exist between the various territorial domains like natural barriers. They have various celestial bodies, complex energy currents and unknown life forms inside, making it extremely dangerous, the instructor explained. When did these void torrent belts appear? Said the hero in a stern voice. He used his real eye to inspect the belt, but realized that he could barely see up to a kilometer in depth. This was incredible. Sikong II blinked and said in a meaningful tone, no one knows when they appeared. Some say they were naturally formed, while others say they were made by invincible warriors. There's no clear answer. Chapter 1646 Void Fishing. 1. The belts were formed by invincible martial warriors. How powerful must they be to create such terrifying things? Wang Ting was flabbergasted. No one knows. Sikong II shrugged. Not even instructors like you know, the hero exclaimed in astonishment. Only those in the top tier would know about the secrets of the universe, said the elder with an ambiguous gaze. Wang Ting tried his best to calm down. He nodded in deep thought and left the matter to rest. Let's get moving. I stopped because I wanted to show you this place. The energy in the Void Torrent Belt is too disorderly, and our warship can't enter the dark universe. We need to cross directly, said the instructor as the warship charged forward again. Boom. The next moment, the craft vibrated and entered the chaotic Void Torrent Belt. Wang Ting was inside the warship, but he could still feel the inertia. The ship's speed had decreased tremendously. Did you feel it? Sikong II placed his hands behind his back and smiled. The hero nodded. No one would venture the Void Belt with normal eternal level spacecrafts. Special vessels are needed, said the elder, but that doesn't apply to us. These ancient warships handle the stress and collisions. Wang Ting stuck out his tongue and asked, what if an eternal level spacecraft enters the belt? The senior touched his chin. The most likely outcome would be the ship being destroyed and the crew dying. The former was astounded. That would be the ending of an eternal level spacecraft. How frightening is this place? Come, let's go out and take a look. Sikong II smiled when he saw Wang Ting's expression. The two went to the warship's upper deck. The ship's construction was different from that of a regular universe spacecraft. It was like a large, seafaring ship with an ancient style. The upper deck was the ship's actual control deck. The hero followed the instructor. There was a transparent protective shield enveloping the whole ship like a bubble. They later reached the edge of the ship. Sikong II signaled Wang Ting to look down. The hero widened his eyes in surprise. Did you see it? The elder asked. Liquid energy. And it's not just originating from the different forces. I feel like there are other types of energies present as well. It's very complex, Wang Ting said with a serious expression. You're right. The senior nodded. The protective shields of ordinary spacecraft are easily pierced by such complex energy. If they can't get out in time, they can basically forget about getting out at all. The young hero didn't know what to say, awed by the new information learned. If warships made by the ancient races can travel through the void torrent belt, does that mean the belt can be traced back to ancient times? Wang Ting asked all of a sudden, his mind racing. Your mind does spin quite fast, Sikong II said, looking at him in surprise. According to historical records, it does date back to an ancient period, but the specific time is unclear. Wang Ting stayed silent. He stared at the void torrent belt with shimmering eyes. The universe was a mysterious place with myriads of unimaginable existences, and the void torrent belt they were traversing was just one of them. He wanted to explore it, but he didn't have the ability to do so. Sikong II brought out 2 fishing rods all of a sudden. Let's fish. What? Wang Ting thought he heard wrong. He stared blankly at his instructor who was holding the 2 rods at the moment. Here. Yes. You might have some unexpected gains. Want to try? The expert smiled. Instructor, you seem to be gloating, the hero asked curiously. How's that possible? I'm your instructor. Why would I trick you? You're making me sad, Sikong II said. Wang Ting stared at him and finally took the fishing rod. He didn't mind fishing. Also, he was curious about the things he could fish out in the void torrent belt. Round Ball was also curious. Your instructor is interesting. The void torrent belt is scary, so others would want to pass through it as quickly as possible. Even so, he brought you here to fish. Instructor Sikong is a little unreliable, Wang Ting thought to himself. Ha ha ha, Round Ball burst out laughing. Watch carefully, abruptly said the elder. Wang Ting squinted and he quickly looked over. Sikong II flicked his fishing rod, the fishing line was shot outward, smoothly passing through the ship's protective shield and straight into the liquid energy below. The process was no different from normal fishing. Don't you need bait for this? Wang Ting noticed that no bait was used. Isn't this a bit reckless? Can you really catch fish like this? Energy is the best bait. It all depends on whether your energy is tempting enough, Sikong II said. Energy? The hero was enlightened. Why don't you try? You have many forces, so there must be one the fishes would like, the instructor said. Are there really fishes below? Wang Ting asked. Who cares what they are? Anything that takes the bait is a fish, right? The senior replied. Instructor, you make sense. The young lad was too lazy to complain. He stopped hesitating and threw the fishing line out, copying the instructor's movement. However, his expression changed the next instant. A powerful suction force climbed up the fishing rod, his hand trembled and he almost lost his grip. Chapter 1647 Void Fishing. 2. Wang Ting truly realized how scary the void torrent belt was. The currents below their ship were rapid and complex, with a strange and immense liquid energy floating within. Some special energies even surged up along the fishing line, which might cause serious injuries or even death. Sikong II was startled. He wanted to witness the young hero's embarrassment, but the latter managed to hold on. The elder chuckled and said, "Be careful. My fishing rod is expensive. You won't make me pay for it if I drop it, right?" Wang Ting exerted some force, gripping the fishing rod tightly. Honestly, deep inside, he was a little nervous. An artifact capable of fishing within the void torrent belt was undoubtedly extraordinary. What if he dropped it and he couldn't pay for it? Still, no matter how anxious he was, he wouldn't let others see it. He remained calm and composed on the surface. The elder didn't answer. Instead, he smiled and said, "Why don't we have a competition? Let's see who can catch something of higher value. If you win, I'll owe you a reasonable favor. This condition might come in handy when you arrive at the Stellar Academy. Of course, if you lose, you'll have to owe me a favor." "No problem." Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He knew very little about the academy at the moment, but having a favor promised by an instructor would undoubtedly provide an additional layer of assurance. Sikong II smiled after the other accepted. He turned to check the fishing rod he was holding, acting like a professional and serious angler. He did look the part. Wang Teng thought for a moment and realized that using the 5 basic forces would probably not draw much attention. It would be better to use a special force. However, seeing the elder's confident expression, that was probably not the safest choice. One had to consider that the senior was an eternal stage warrior. To surpass him, the young hero realized he needed to catch the latter off guard. A normal bait wasn't enough. Maybe I should use origin power, he wondered. Then, he shook his head. No, an eternal stage warrior is also able to use origin power, and it's definitely stronger than mine. So, what do I have that he doesn't? Oh right. I have divine flames and the heaven-earth calamity lightning. I can use them as bait too, right? Wang Teng wasn't certain, but that didn't stop him from trying. However, before he did that, he asked, Instructor, what if the thing I attract is too scary? You'll have to rely on yourself. Sikong II sniggered. Are you expecting me to help you? Come on, we're having a competition here. F***K. Wang Teng felt at a loss. Both the divine flames and the tribulation lightning were legendary items. It was highly possible that they would attract a particularly terrifying entity. It would be a wasted effort if he were unable to handle it. I guess I can make a smaller bait. Wang Teng's eyes glistened. He stopped hesitating and released a wisp of tribulation lightning. It flowed down the fishing line and twirled around the hook at the end. Honestly, it was just a little wisp. He wouldn't dare to release more as he was afraid of accidents. The void torrent belt was unpredictable and mysterious, so it was better to play it safe. Huh! Sikong II gasped. He noticed something and a hint of bewilderment flashed across his eyes. However, he wasn't sure of it. That power was peculiar. It felt a little unreal. He wasn't sure if it was the same kind of power he was familiar with. Wang Teng was giving him more and more surprises. The fishing competition was becoming increasingly interesting. The elder turned serious and infused a trace of origin power into the fishing line, which then disappeared into the void torrent belt. The two of them stood on the deck and waited patiently. Patience was crucial in fishing. A skilled angler had to keep a calm and composed demeanor. After all, the prey could be somewhere close. Time seemed to pass slowly, yet half a day flew by in the blink of an eye. Wang Teng and Sikong II had yet to catch something. They engaged in casual conversation as they waited. The hero learned that it would only take them 1 day to travel through the void torrent belt. This meant they only had half a day left. Sikong II remained patient. He smiled at the young hero, but the latter's response disappointed him. Even though he knew there wasn't much time left, Wang Teng showed no signs of impatience. Instead, he remained calm and indifferent, as if he didn't really care about the outcome of their competition. Aren't you going to add more bait? It may not attract any prey with such a small amount, the instructor said. No need to hurry. The willing ones will take the bait. The hero chuckled lightly while giving the elder a fleeting glance. As for you, instructor, it won't look good if you end up not catching anything. After all, you are the instructor. The elder's expression froze. Gosh, he managed to turn the tables on me. Ha ha ha, I've long passed the age of being overly competitive. I'm just here to have some fun with you. Winning or losing doesn't really matter. The elder laughed. By the way, do you know why I'm called Sikong II? Wang Teng decided to play along. Why? I've been the first in everything since birth. No one has ever surpassed me in anything I do, so things became boring. I wanted to experience being second, and that's why I changed my name to Sikong II. The elder spoke with a touch of melancholy. I'll be quite happy if you can make me lose just once, even if it's only in fishing. Round Ball couldn't take it anymore and started complaining. Wang Teng, your instructor is quite arrogant. The hero felt the same way. He wanted to give his instructor a thumbs up. Changing his name was quite a remarkable move. Why not call yourself Sikong Outstanding? While the young man and his little helper complained, ripples suddenly appeared on the currents below. Hey, something took my bait. The elder's eyes lit up. Wang Teng and Round Ball were startled. They immediately looked over, eyes fixed on the turbulent currents beneath them. They were very curious about what the senior would catch. The hero was only able to see a kilometer deep when peering into the void torrent belt while using his real eye. At first he couldn't make out what had taken the bait. Seekong II slowly reeled in the line, pulling up whatever he caught. This was easy for an eternal stage warrior. The suction force within the current seemed non-existent to him. The entity below got closer and closer. Wang Ting finally saw its true appearance. He was taken aback. Bang! The next instant, a black shadow jumped out of the liquid energy and darted out of the void torrent belt. "Come here." The elder chuckled and pulled his fishing rod. The black shadow was then pulled onto the deck. The creature wanted to escape, but the elder suppressed it using a force restraint. A silver-scaled yellowfish. Not bad. The latter smiled as he looked at the fish on the deck. It's really a big fish. The hero was surprised, finally able to see the catch. The instructor caught a large yellowfish with a silver-scaled patch on its forehead. About a meter long, the creature emitted a faint golden glow, which gave it a peculiar appearance. From a Force Chef Grandmaster's standpoint, our hero felt that the fish had to be delicious. You can get fish, or it could be something else. It all depends on luck. Seekong II chuckled. Boy, this silver-scaled yellowfish is a top-grade ingredient. The flesh is delicious, but the best part is that consuming it can enhance your beauty. It will fetch a high price in the stellar academies. Enhance one's beauty? Wang Ting couldn't help but facepalm, but he had to admit that the fish would be quite valuable. It's your turn now. The elder smiled and stored the fish. Once again, he threw his fishing line. It seemed that luck was on his side. He managed to catch 3 more silver-scaled yellowfish half an hour later. 2 were the same size as the first one, but the third was more than 3 meters long. This 3-meter fish can easily be sold at least 10 times the price, the elder exclaimed happily. Wang Ting found his smile a little disturbing for some reason. He felt that his instructor didn't just plan to exchange the fish for money. Chapter 1648 The Turbulent Void Whirlpool. Seekong II caught 3 fishes in succession. On the other hand, Wang Ting had nothing thus far. There were less than 2 hours left, and the ship would soon leave the void torrent belt. Little Teng, you're going to lose, the elder gloated. Instructor, I'm sure you've fished here more than just once, the hero replied calmly. Ahahaha, what are you talking about? I don't understand what you're saying. The senior laughed awkwardly. Wang Ting rolled his eyes but didn't press on the matter. He was considering whether to add some extra bait. He didn't want to lose. Although risky, there was no other choice. He could only give it a try. Seekong II smiled when he saw the young hero like that. He was eager to see what the latter would do. The most dangerous part about void fishing was not knowing what you would catch. If not managed properly, the angler might very well become the prey instead. In the end, Wang Ting decided to wait a little longer. The void torrent belt was unpredictable. Just the flux of currents below was enough to keep him occupied. He would be toast if he encountered something difficult to deal with. Time flew. Half an hour passed. The hero suddenly focused his gaze. Even the instructor became serious for a moment as he looked towards the left. There was a turbulent whirlpool with chaotic energies. It seemed extremely violent. The warship immediately steered clear of the area, but the pair still felt a tremor coming from the ship's hull. It was clear that the craft was resisting the whirlpool's pull. While the turbulent vortex shocked the hero, he was happily surprised at the same time. Attribute bubbles. Wang Ting saw a few of those goodies floating above the whirlpool. What a surprise! He was truly amazed, not expecting to find attributes in the void torrent belt. The young hero immediately tried to collect them. However, an unexpected situation took place at the moment. Just as his spiritual power approached the whirlpool, the wisp was pulled and severed, losing all contact. Wang Ting's expression changed a bit. He couldn't believe it. His spiritual power was not working. This turbulent whirlpool is dangerous. Even spiritual power can be pulled in. Seekong II smiled and said, but you can try and see how far you can go. The hero's eyes flashed as his spiritual power surged again. He sent more of it. If his previous incursion was like a thin thread, now it was as thick as a rope. Boom! Wang Teng suddenly felt his mind shake as a powerful suction force came from within the whirlpool, traveling towards his spiritual power. The sensation was overwhelming. The suction force was too great. However, he still managed to pick up some attribute bubbles. Time * 20 time * 15 space * 250 space * 300. Wang Ting instantly felt a shiver run across his body. He was astonished. Time and space attributes. There were lots of them. He managed to obtain 35 points of the time attribute. The prior collecting rate in the past was 1 or 2 points. Never had he gotten dozens of points at one go. Wang Ting was in disbelief while the unusual power circulated within him. His face almost revealed the surprise he felt. Fortunately, he managed to control his emotions, not letting the instructor to notice. Time, 565 10,000 Space Physique, 4054 00000, 4th rank. Wang Teng glanced at the attributes board. The time attribute climbed slowly as usual. However, he could clearly feel that the stats mastery reflected a slight improvement. He didn't know what would happen when he reached the 10,000 marker. He could only endure and wait. His current gains could at least provide him with some help now. If he didn't have the time attribute when he faced Devil Emperor Bearbrain, the universe stage expert, he wouldn't have been able to fight against him. He would have been killed with just one slap, and he wouldn't have been able to unleash the space tornado. As for his space physique, it remained at the 4th rank. The progress wasn't significant. This constitution required more attribute points to advance as he progressed. Unless there were special circumstances, it would be difficult for him to make significant improvements. Sikong II thought that the young hero had failed, so he asked with a smile, "Well, do you want to try again?" "Of course. I'm just getting started, I have to see how deep I can go." Wang Teng turned to glance at him, then released his spiritual power. The surge was still as thick as a rope, but now it was more condensed. He did this only to buy time and see if he could collect more time attribute bubbles. The attribute was too rare, he couldn't miss the opportunity to get some. Of course, he was also genuinely curious about what laid on the other side of the whirlpool. Why was it generating time and space attributes? He straight out sent his spiritual power into the whirlpool to investigate. The prior attempts had obviously prepared him. He condensed half of his spiritual power into a single strand. However, the power was instantly crushed into pieces as soon as the power entered the whirlpool. Wang Teng sighed and decided to stop trying. Damn, this whirlpool is just a trap. It wasn't something he could touch at the moment. However, just then, a few attribute bubbles emerged from the whirlpool, right before Wang Teng's eyes. He raised an eyebrow and immediately collected them, losing another 10th of his spiritual power. Time * 25 time * 35 space * 500 space * 650. They're actually more than before. His eyes lit up, truly surprised. He had a sudden thought. Could it be that the attribute bubbles emerged because of the whirlpool's reaction to my spiritual power? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. The undying flame in his heart lit up again. Why not give it another try? Just one more time. The hero gauged his remaining spiritual power. There should be enough for one more. Without hesitation, he immediately released the remaining spiritual power into the whirlpool. Boom! His spiritual power was obliterated. Wang Teng glared intently at the whirlpool. He rejoiced the next moment. As expected, several attribute bubbles emerged from the whirlpool. Without thinking, he used his last trace of spiritual power and collected them. Time * 20 time * 30 space * 400 space * 450. The young hero was overjoyed after getting many attribute bubbles. However, that was the end of it. He no longer had enough spiritual power to try again. 3 times was the limit, leaving him in bad shape. His spiritual power was shattered and almost used up. He could only focus on recovering slowly. Fortunately, he was able to use his spiritual power to explore the whirlpool for a bit. It would have been much more troublesome if he were just an ordinary martial warrior. His gains were impressive. The amount of time attribute bubbles he collected was worth many days of farming. His prior chances to collect the attribute were only when he stared into the dark universe while traveling in his spacecraft. The methods were similar, but the whirlpool needed much less time and effort in comparison. "How was it?" asked Seekong II. The man thought that the hero was merely curious about the sudden maelstrom, unaware of the benefits the latter obtained. The fellow seemed to be teasing his junior. "I didn't feel anything." Wang Teng pretended to be dejected. "Ha ha ha," the instructor laughed again, seemingly relishing the lad's defeat. "It's normal for young people to be curious. I understand. Laugh all you want." The young hero rolled his eyes. "Does he really think I enjoy doing useless things?" The instructor was too naive. "All right. We should go." Seekong II waved a hand, and the warship started to escape the whirlpool's pulling influence. Boom. Just then, the young man's fishing rod sank all of a sudden. A wave surged from the currents below. "It can't be." The expert was taken aback. "Ha ha ha, instructor, I caught something." Wang Ting was filled with joy. It seemed that flowers wouldn't bloom when you want them to, but they did when you least expect it. He tightly held onto his fishing rod while a tremendous force was pulling back, trying to take him down. The instructor became serious as he cautioned, "Don't get too happy. Hold on tight." Catching something near the whirlpool was very likely something of low value, but it would definitely be fierce. Wang Ting naturally understood this and immediately used his ancient god's body. A golden pattern appeared on his forehead. Boom. There was a terrifying surge of power coursing through his body. The muscles in his arms swelled. It wasn't to a dramatical degree, but they released unimaginable strength that rushed into the chaotic flow of the void along the fishing rod. Never had the hero thought that one day he would use that mystic constitution to fish. The people of the ancient gods race would probably want to strangle him if they could see what he was doing. Seekong II was standing right next to him, and immediately sensed the blood and energy coursing within the lad. He was astonished. He had seen the young hero's performance during the League of Talents, but only from a distance. He didn't have such a clear sense of it back then. That was why his astonishment was greater. What ancient race did this come from? "It's so terrifying," the instructor muttered to himself. Wang Teng and the existence beneath the turbulent whirlpool engaged in a tug-of-war. The fishing line was constantly being extended and pulled back. Neither could overpower the other for a while. No one knew whether the fish would break free or if the hero would ultimately succeed. Chapter 1649 Lightning Spirit 1. Wang Teng and the fish were at a deadlock. Seekong II showed no signs of wanting to offer help. He just smiled and watched from the side. The hero rolled his eyes. He felt that the instructor loved to tease others. The fish moving in the void was more than a kilometer below, so he couldn't tell what it was. He could only keep on increasing his strength. Even his arm muscles were writhing. The ancient god's body was an incredibly powerful physical technique. All of Wang Teng's physical potential was unleashed, and a terrifying energy kept surging from his body. Conventional techniques couldn't do this. This was especially so given that the opponent was a presence beneath the void torrent belt. Ordinary celestial warriors would have been dragged down by the frightening pulling force from the very beginning. Wang Teng turned grim. He noticed that, no matter how much force he exerted, the creature below continued to struggle wildly. The creature seemed unfamiliar with fatigue. He couldn't go on like that. He didn't know what creature he was struggling with, so he wouldn't know how long it could last. What if it could last longer than him? He needed to take care of it swiftly. What if the creature was more powerful than him? Those thoughts had already been discarded by the hero. He would drag it out first and then keep a safe distance. That way, he could still win. Seekong II wouldn't allow the creature to destroy the warship, right? Ha ha ha. Wang Teng gave himself a thumbs up. "I'm so smart." Many thoughts went through his mind. Finally, his gaze landed on his attributes board. Dragon Blood Battle Physique. That was a physical talent that could be stacked with the ancient god's body. There was no doubt that the effects would be amazing. This is it. Activate. Wang Teng immediately activated the dragon physique. Several types of divine flames became intertwined and formed a network of fiery patterns that covered his body. However, the patterns didn't appear on his face or exposed skin. Boom! A powerful aura burst forth from his body, accompanied by a surge of scorching heat. The instructor was standing at the side, so he felt the heat directly. The man felt that his new student became a little sun, glaring and scorching. The heat produced by divine flames was no joke. Furthermore, there were 3 divine flames and 6 special flames. Emerald glazed flame, soul of thousand beasts flame, holy flame, ocean whale flame, star phoenix flame, scorching beast flame, wood Polaris flame, ash flame, solar dragon flame. Wang Teng didn't hold back. He unleashed them all. If someone were to see the skin beneath his clothing, they could be horrified by the sight. The multitude of flame patterns covering his body resembled a totem of some primitive tribe, akin to that of a tribal chief. Still, the result was also obvious. The hero felt amazing. His body was filled with strength. Ah! He screamed in his heart, and the power of the dragon blood battle physique and the ancient god's body erupted simultaneously. The resilient fishing rod was bent into an exaggerated arc, while the fishing line remained perfectly taut. My fishing rod. Sikong II was nervous. He was afraid the lad would break his fishing rod with brute force. He didn't expect such great strength to come from a celestial stage warrior. What a monster! Indeed, all the martial warriors able to enter the star rankings were monsters. Wang Ting's eyes shone brightly as wisps of steam rose from his skin. He then shouted, "Come on up." Boom! A black shadow emerged from the void torrent belt and flew towards the warship's deck. With a bang, the black shadow pierced through the protective shield and slammed onto the deck. The warship seems to have an automatic recognition system. It recognized the creature as the hero's prey, so it created a gap in the protective shield for the latter to pass through. The unknown monster would suffer grave injuries if it crashed into the shield. Any catch would drop in value if that happened. However, Wang Ting didn't care. Once the creature was pulled up, he instantly jumped away and kept his distance. Everything went according to plan. Sikong II. This young man is a little sneaky. He felt amused by the lad's obvious intentions. Wang Ting looked over from afar, his gaze filled with astonishment. The situation didn't unfold as expected. The creature remained eerily quiet, not trying to struggle in the slightest. This was completely different from what he was expecting. The instructor was curious, too. He looked at the creature and exclaimed in shock when he saw what it was. "This is a lightning spirit. A lightning spirit." Wang Ting walked over. He was flabbergasted by the revelation. It was a life form born from the gathering of lightning and thunder, a manifestation of the wonders of nature. Such beings were extremely rare, because their birth conditions were exceptionally demanding, somewhat similar to the divine flames and the netherworld water. If divine flames were to attain intelligence, they could be referred to as fire spirits or flame spirits. They would become life forms just like that lightning spirit. But, why was there a lightning spirit there? And Wang Ting caught it. This didn't make sense. Mind you, this type of being was typically born in environments where the power of thunder and lightning were highly concentrated. Their current surroundings didn't seem like such a place. Sikong II wasn't the only one in disbelief. Even the hero couldn't believe he had caught that spirit. Chapter 1650 Lightning Spirit 2. The main question to answer was, if that was a lightning spirit, how could it lie so quietly on the deck? It should have been trying to escape by then. Lightning spirits were living creatures and wouldn't passively wait for their demise. Wang Ting was looking intently at the creature, which resembled a silver-white ball, semi-transparent in appearance, with occasional glimpses of purple within. Overall, it looked round, flattened, and quite bouncy. The odd fellow remained still on the deck, seemingly lifeless. However, the hero used his real eye and noticed that the creature possessed life origin. It was very likely alive. An absurd thought appeared in his mind, is it playing dead? He asked curiously, "Instructor, is this really a lightning spirit?" It should be. The instructor touched his chin and pondered. But, it should be a newborn, so its lightning power is weak. I caught a lightning spirit then. Wang Teng was startled. You're incredibly lucky. Lightning spirits are legendary creatures, and I've never heard of anyone ever catching one in the Void Torrent Belt. Moreover, judging by its appearance, this seems to be a newborn with great potential for cultivation. Sikong II turned to look at Wang Teng, unable to hide his envy, jealousy, and resentment. It was an extremely rare creature. Even he was tempted. Ha ha ha, I've always been lucky. Wang Teng laughed. It was tantamount to hitting the jackpot. Sikong II's favor became a bonus instead. Darn it. I wouldn't have competed with you had I known this before. Not only did I lose one favor, but you also ended up getting a precious lightning spirit for free, the instructor lamented with overt frustration, shaking his head. You know, it's not easy to fish in the Void Torrent Belt. You need a ship capable of traveling through it and a fishing rod able to resist the forces found here. These are not possessions ordinary people would have. I've just let you use them all for nothing. What a huge loss I've made. Instructor, the more you say, the happier I feel. Wang Ting was overjoyed. Sikong II blinked and said, Kid, why don't you sell me the lightning spirit? I'll give you a good price. No way. You're an instructor, and an eternal stage warrior at that. You wouldn't do something unethical like snatching my lightning spirit, right? The hero looked at the elder warily. The elder swallowed the words he wanted to say. If he kept asking for the creature, it would be an open admission of him being unethical. He couldn't embarrass himself. Oh right, instructor, I won this competition, right? Wang Teng asked. Sikong II felt another stab in his heart. His heart was aching. Instructor, why aren't you speaking? Does your throat hurt? To hell with my throat hurting. The elder was speechless. He snorted and replied angrily, Yes, you won. I owe you a favor. Instructor, you truly are a person who keeps promises. I was right about you. I will make every effort possible to promote your virtues when I get to the academy. Wang Ting showered flattery without reservation, making the senior feel pleased and happy. All his previous frustration faded away. The young hero suddenly remarked, Instructor, since I beat you once you can rightfully be called Sikong II. Doesn't this make you happy? Splurt. The instructor didn't want to speak to him anymore. Wang Ting, you're ruthless. Aren't you afraid he'll slap you to death? Round murmured in Wang Teng's mind. Ha ha. I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself. I felt like giving him a little taste of humble pie after seeing him act so arrogantly before. The lad chuckled in his heart. Be careful, he might give you a hard time once we get to the academy, the former warned. Don't worry. An eternal stage warrior should have a broader mindset. Don't judge others based on your own narrow perspective. F***K, am I a narrow-minded person now? Round ball cursed. Wang Teng ignored it and tried to save his lightning spirit. He blinked and asked the senior, Instructor, is this lightning spirit going to die? It won't die. Didn't you just use that thunder energy to catch it? Just feed it a bit more. The elder glanced at the creature and continued, but you should still subdue it before it recovers. It might escape later. Yes, you're right. Wang Ting smiled in secret and nodded fervently. Indeed, Instructor Sikong was soft-hearted. Do you know how to subdue it? Asked the elder. You can ask me if you don't. Thanks, Instructor. I know. Wang Ting searched through Nihility's memories and immediately knew the process. Actually, it was similar to how he tamed divine flames. Just leaving a spiritual mark on the lightning spirit and establishing a contract for mutual coexistence was enough. Of course, there were some differences. The lightning spirit was a living creature, so he couldn't be too brutal about it. It would be a huge loss if he killed it. Fortunately, the devouring beast's memories included a method to establish spiritual contracts with such spiritual life forms. The devouring nihility beast's memory was indeed comprehensive. It even had such obscure knowledge. Chapter 1651 Lightning Spirit, 3. Sikong II was frustrated. He felt that Wang Ting knew everything and he had no need for an instructor like him. Wang Ting immediately read through the method of forming a spiritual contract in his mind. Then, he prepared to act. He sat cross-legged in front of the lightning spirit and closed his eyes, preparing to tame it. The lightning spirit sensed something and slid back. It wanted to escape. It looked like it was indeed pretending to be dead just now. It was very weak, but it wasn't incapacitated. However, it sensed the formidable presence of Sikong II, so it didn't dare to act. It just lay there motionlessly. Now that there was no other way out, it could only escape. A sharp glint flashed past Wang Ting's eyes as he stretched his hand out. The emerald-glazed flame surged along his arm, transforming into a fiery giant hand that grabbed hold of the lightning spirit. However, the lightning spirit was extremely slippery. It slid out of the flaming hand and slammed into the protective shield of the warship. Trying to escape. Wang Ting snorted. The emerald-glazed flame slammed down on the lightning spirit and turned into a circular cage, trapping the lightning spirit inside. The lightning spirit struggled frantically. It darted left and right and released the power of lightning. Wang Ting's expression changed. He hurriedly reinforced the cage formed by the emerald-glazed flame. The lightning spirit withered after a while. It couldn't break the cage formed by the emerald-glazed flame. The emerald-glazed flame was a divine flame. It was on the same level as the lightning spirit, so it was able to trap it. Also, this little fellow was just born not long ago. How could it be compared to the emerald-glazed flame that had been around for countless years? It's resisting furiously. Its power must be weak since it has just been born, so if you're not careful, you might destroy it, Sikong II said grimly. You should try to eliminate its resistance mentality first. Eliminate its resistance mentality. Wang Ting frowned. He pondered for a moment and clapped his hands. How can I forget? A silver-white bolt of lightning appeared on his finger as he spoke. It moved towards the lightning spirit. As expected, Sikong II was surprised when he saw the silver-white bolt of lightning. This fellow had many good things on him. He even had the heaven-earth calamity lightning. Sikong II recognized the lightning. As an eternal stage martial warrior, he had dealt with the heaven-earth calamity lightning before, so he was familiar with it. Hey, do you want this? I have something delicious here. Wang Ting smiled and said to the lightning spirit within the fire cage. Sikong II. What a pervert. He looks like an old uncle asking a young girl if she wants to eat ice cream. However, the lightning spirit fell for it. It sensed the heaven-earth calamity lightning in Wang Ting's hand and turned quiet. Then, like a hungry cat that saw delicious food, he involuntarily inched closer. But there was a fire cage around it, so it couldn't go out. It spun around anxiously in front of Wang Ting's finger. Do you want to eat this? Wang Ting moved his finger to tempt it. Follow me and I'll give you this treat every day. The lightning spirit understood Wang Ting's words. When it heard that it could eat this lightning every day, it came to a halt, just like a child who couldn't move a step further. There's a chance. Wang Ting was elated. He continued enticing the lightning spirit. Come closer if you agree. Wang Ting, you're so sneaky, Round Ball couldn't help but complain. What do you know? I'm giving it a direction in life. It will be able to enjoy life after it follows me, Wang Ting said confidently. Others might not be able to afford this heaven-earth calamity lightning, but I can. You make sense, Round Ball replied. Quick, Wang Ting kept urging the lightning spirit. The lightning spirit was tempted, but it wasn't stupid. It knew that once it agreed to Wang Ting's request, it would lose its freedom. It wanted to devour the heaven-earth calamity lightning, but it didn't want to lose its freedom. It was torn between the two, anxiously spinning in circles, unable to make a decision. This lightning spirit is quite smart, Sikong II lamented. He felt even more envious. Wang Ting was delighted. The smarter the spirit, the more useful it would be. This was a good thing for him. However, if they continued like this, he didn't know how long he would need to subdue the lightning spirit. Hence, he decided to scare the lightning spirit. Little creature, if you don't agree, I'll burn you to death. Wang Ting gave a fierce look and retracted his hand. The fire cage started shrinking. Squeak. The lightning spirit froze and made a sad sound. Wang Ting was unmoved and continued to shrink the fiery cage. Finally, the lightning spirit yielded and, as if resigned to its fate, slowly moved towards Wang Teng's fingertip. Very good. Wang Teng smiled. I will plant the spiritual mark now. Don't resist. Squeak. The lightning spirit moved up and down as if it was nodding. A brilliant light shot out of his forehead and formed a golden mark. It slowly floated towards the lightning spirit. It didn't resist as agreed and the golden mark entered its body smoothly. After some time, Wang Ting felt a weak and pitiful soul. He was elated. He knew that he had succeeded. They had established a connection. The fire cage dissipated. The lightning spirit floated over and landed on his palm. Wang Teng placed the heaven-earth calamity lightning in front of it. Squeak. The lightning spirit cheered. It immediately enveloped the heaven-earth calamity lightning as if it was devoured. If I didn't see it personally, I won't believe that you tamed a lightning spirit, Sikong II sighed. I'm just lucky. Wang Teng smiled. That's the heaven-earth calamity lightning, right? Sikong II asked. What heaven-earth calamity lightning? It's just a normal string of lightning. Wang Teng pretended to not understand. Sikong II smirked. He stopped probing and said, since you have it, give more to the lightning spirit. It can help it to grow. Yes. Wang Teng nodded. All right, it's time for us to leave this place. Sikong II waved his hand, shook his head with regret, and entered the warship. Chapter 1652 Chaotic Star Sea. The ancient warship left the void torrent belt and entered another part of the universe. Wang Teng and the others had left the Liuguang territorial domain where the Great Qian Empire was and entered another territorial domain. But there wasn't much difference since all they could see was the starry sky in front of them. It was cold and lonely with countless celestial bodies floating in it. However, to Wang Teng, entering the void torrent belt was a novel experience. He even received a huge gift and a favor from Sikong II. Wang Ting wanted to laugh when he remembered Sikong II's frustrated expression. After leaving the void torrent belt, the warship entered the dark universe again and started sailing at high speed. In the cultivation room of the warship, Wang Teng sat cross-legged on the ground and studied the lightning spirit he just tamed. Round Ball appeared and sized up the lightning spirit curiously too. It wanted to come out just now but had to wait until Sikong II left. This lightning spirit was just born not long ago. It's only at the celestial stage, Round Ball said. If it was a little stronger, I might not be able to catch it. Wang Ting shook his head. Also, the bolt of heaven-earth calamity lightning might not be enough to entice it. Ha ha ha, you're right. You're really lucky. A bolt of heaven-earth calamity lightning for a lightning spirit. What a huge gain. Round Ball laughed. But I will need to use more heaven-earth calamity lightning to feed it in the future. This little creature is a huge consumer of lightning, Wang Teng lamented. Another heaven-earth calamity lightning appeared in his hand. The instant it appeared, it was devoured by the lightning spirit at an incredible speed. This was already the 9th heaven-earth calamity lightning he fed the lightning spirit. The lightning spirit ate happily while Wang Ting felt a little helpless. The heaven-earth calamity lightning that he had painstakingly accumulated was immediately eaten by the lightning spirit. If this continued, he would run out of heaven-earth calamity lightning soon. Squeak. The lightning spirit was elated. It cried with joy. Its master wasn't lying. There were indeed many delicious things to eat if it followed him. You're a foodie. Wang Ting flicked it with his finger. The lightning spirit started shaking back and forth like jelly. Squeak tilde the lightning spirit made an aggrieved sound. It wasn't afraid of Wang Ting and immediately moved closer to his hand and rubbed against it. It seemed exceptionally intimate. Haha, you know how to whine. Wang Ting was caught between laughter and tears. The lightning spirit is indeed intelligent, Round Ball exclaimed in surprise. How is it compared to you? Wang Ting asked. Go away. I don't know how to whine. Round Ball's face turned black. Wang Teng was stunned for a moment. Then, he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, I'm not asking you to whine. I'm asking about your intelligence. No way. Round Ball knew that it made a huge mistake, so its face turned even blacker. However, it still said, if it grows up, its intelligence will be on par with mine. However, it won't be as powerful as me. I'm an intelligent life form. I can do many things it can't. Squeak squeak. The lightning spirit seemed to understand Round Ball's words and squeaked unhappily. Ha ha, it's not convinced by you, Wang Ting teased. This little creature. Round Ball rolled its eyes. You just came and you're already looking down on your boss. I wonder how bad your attitude will be in the future. You're the boss. You might not be able to win it, Wang Ting said. What a joke. I'm at least at the Cosmos stage. Round Ball glared at him. Fight with it. The one who wins will be the boss. Wang Ting sniggered. Squeak squeak. The lightning spirit floated into the air. Lightning crackled around it as it got ready for a fight. It wasn't afraid. TSK, I'm not going to fight with it. It's demeaning. Round Ball pouted. It rolled its eyes and gave a look of disdain. Then, it said calmly, even if I win, you will say that I bullied the little creature. Wang Ting knew that Round Ball was feeling a little scared. It wasn't good at fighting but was useful in other areas. However, he didn't expose it. He waved his hand and said, all right, we're on the same side. There's no need to fight. Then, he consoled the lightning spirit. You're a lightning spirit. You will definitely be useful in the future. You won't lose to anyone. Squeak squeak. The lightning spirit rubbed against Wang Teng's hand happily and sent him a thought. I will work hard to become stronger. Good boy. Wang Teng touched the lightning spirit and kept it in his space fragment. There's no justice in this world. You forget your old friend when you have a new one, Round Ball lamented. Come on. Wang Teng rolled his eyes. Or do you want me to touch your head too? Thanks, but I don't need it. Round Ball felt a chill in its heart. It hurriedly distanced itself from Wang Teng, afraid of his evil hand. Based on his understanding of Wang Teng, he might do it. All right, let's stop fooling around. Let's get back to business. I have a question for you, Wang Teng said. What question? Round Ball heaved a sigh of relief when it saw Wang Teng becoming serious. It was afraid that Wang Ting would suddenly go crazy and want to have an intimate time with it. I never knew how you can raise your ability. Wang Ting pondered for a moment and asked directly. That's the question? I thought it will be something more serious. Improving my ability isn't easy. I need life crystals, soul crystals, or other similar things, Round Ball said. Soul crystal. Wang Teng was surprised. Why didn't you tell me about this when we found the Ant-Man Queen's soul crystals? That amount of soul crystal isn't enough. I need a large number of them to evolve. Round Ball shook its head. Your requirements are so high. Wang Teng frowned. What do you think? Round Ball felt helpless. I don't have much hope that I can improve my ability anymore. Well, it's a good thing. At least I can live for a long time. As long as I can replenish my origin of life and origin of soul occasionally, I can remain alive like a universe stage martial warrior. This is amazing. Wang Teng was surprised. This is an intelligent life form. Round Ball smiled proudly. All right, you're amazing. Wang Ting shook his head in amusement. It looks like I can only wait for a chance in the future. As long as you have the heart. Don't force yourself. Round Ball glanced at him and disappeared on the spot. It was touched when he knew that Wang Ting wanted to help him. However, it wasn't good at expressing its emotions, so it could only run away. Wang Ting smiled and shook his head. He stopped thinking about it and started to cultivate. He wanted to start developing the World Devourer. He hoped that he could enlighten a domain. Flying in the void was boring. Time passed slowly. 3 days later, the warship trembled and Sekong II's voice sounded beside Wang Teng's ear. Wang Teng opened his eyes gradually. There was a hint of helplessness in them. 3 days of enlightenment and he still didn't manage to grasp the real Devour domain. This domain was extremely profound and occult. Even though he grasped the dark Devour domain, he couldn't extract the Devour domain from it. From his point of view, the dark Devour domain was just a fake Devour domain. It wasn't the real Devour domain. However, he did gain some inspiration after 3 days. At least Wang Ting had a deeper understanding of the World Devourer. He realized that the World Devourer divine ability was impressive and awesome. It could swallow almost anything, not just substances or intangible things. It could also swallow force, spiritual power, and even emotions. At this moment, he finally knew how powerful the Devour Nihility beast was. It could even devour emotions. F***K. Wasn't it invincible? These thoughts shot through his mind as he got up and walked out of the cultivation room. Are we here? Round Ball's excited voice appeared in his mind. Wang Ting didn't reply to it. He walked out of the cultivation room and came to the deck of the warship. Sikong II was standing at the edge of the ship. Instructor, Wang Ting called. We're almost there. Sikong II looked over and smiled. We're almost there. Wang Ting was surprised. He quickly walked to Sikong II's side and looked in front. An astonishing scene appeared in his vision. This is the chaotic star sea. Sikong II opened his mouth and said, Chaotic star sea. Wang Ting was shocked. His throat felt a little dry. What appeared before him was a vast expanse that resembled an ocean, stretching as far as the eye could see. Countless celestial bodies adorned it, surrounded by liquid-like energy resembling seawater. It was majestic and unfathomable, mysterious and occult. Sikong II smiled at Wang Ting. He seemed to find Wang Ting's expression very interesting. The situation here is similar to the Void Torrent Belt. Wang Ting finally calmed down after some time and exclaimed in surprise. That's right. This is the birthplace of the Void Torrent Belt. I don't know how big the chaotic star sea is, but the Void Torrent Belt flows out from this place and streams to all parts of the universe, Sikong continued. Are the 7 stellar academies inside? Wang Ting swallowed his saliva and asked. You're right. Sikong II chuckled. Wang Ting was flabbergasted. No wonder the 7 stellar academies were so mysterious. They actually existed in such a strange place. Normal martial warriors might not be able to enter this place. Instructor, is there a specific range for the chaotic star sea? Wang Ting asked. He had a sudden thought. There should be powerful martial warriors who can travel across the chaotic star sea, but there are no records. Hence, normal martial warriors don't know how big it is. Sikong II looked at the vast sea of stars in front of him and shook his head with a deep gaze. All right, another unknown. Wang Ting felt helpless. You might be able to travel across the chaotic star sea one day. Sikong II glanced at him and said in a meaningful tone. Instructor, you think too highly of me. Wang Ting didn't deny it. If Sikong II couldn't do it, that meant that only a God-stage martial warrior could do it. Wang Ting didn't dare to boast about this. The God stage was still too far away for the current Wang Ting. You still don't understand what the star rankings represent. There are records of many talents from the star rankings who crossed the chaotic star sea, Sikong continued. Someone on the star rankings crossed the chaotic star sea. Wang Ting was astounded. He was in disbelief. Chapter 1653 Mysterious. Entering the star rankings is of great significance. At the same time, you have to bear many responsibilities, Sikong continued. Bear many responsibilities? Instructor, what do you mean? Wang Ting asked. For instance, there will be many people in the stellar academies who are unconvinced by you. They might come and look for you Sikong II gloated. Wang Ting felt speechless. Has he already become a target before entering the 7 stellar academies? Was he allowed to skip school? Was it too late for him to leave now? Wang Ting suddenly felt that there was a huge trap waiting for him in front. He preferred to improve his ability steadily. All the best, young man. I hope that one day, you will be able to light up your divine kingdom in the eternity and become an existence that transcends everything. Sikong II patted Wang Ting's shoulder and encouraged him. Divine kingdom. Wang Ting was flabbergasted. He wanted to ask. However, at this moment, a warship flew over from afar and a voice echoed in the universe. Sikong II, you're here too. F***K, old man Shu, I told you not to call me number 2. Why are you shouting? Sikong II flared up like a cat whose tail got stepped on. Isn't your name number 2? Why can't I call you that? The person laughed loudly. Do you want to fight? Sikong II asked coldly. Alright, why must we argue every time we meet? Since everyone is here, come over quickly. Another voice floated over from the chaotic star sea in front. Wang Ting was surprised and looked in the direction of the sound. There was a vast celestial body that looked like a meteorite floating at the edge of the chaotic star sea. The voice was coming from above. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Sikong II snorted. Their warship immediately shot towards the meteorite. Boom. The speed was amazing. It traveled tens of thousands of miles in an instant and entered the chaotic star sea. Then, it landed on the meteorite. Wang Ting finally saw the situation on the meteorite. This was like a small piece of land. It was built like a spacecraft dock and a huge warship was parked not far away. Wang Ting and Sikong II's warship was like a baby in front of this giant. The difference was vast. Instructor, this is, Wang Ting whispered. This is a warship that will bring us to the 7 stellar academies. The chaotic star sea is more terrifying than the void torrent belt. The warship we took can't resist the chaotic energy in the chaotic star sea, Sikong II explained. The chaotic star sea is indeed scary. Wang Ting was shocked. At this moment, another warship arrived right after them and landed on this meteorite. A group of people alighted. The leader was a middle-aged man. He had black hair and his face was a little long. His aura wasn't significant. More than 30 young men and women followed closely behind him. These youths had one thing in common. They were all extremely confident, or rather, proud. It was a pride that came from the bottom of their heart. Wang Ting didn't recognize these young people. They weren't the second prince or Ji Haochen from the Great Qian Empire. These must be the talents from the other territorial domains, Roundball said in Wang Ting's mind. Wang Ting nodded. Sikong, you only accepted one student. The middle-aged man with a long face walked over and asked in surprise. It's none of your business. Sikong II ignored him. He didn't hide his contempt. Shu Chu didn't mind. He looked at Wang Ting and squinted. Then, he smiled and said, this young man must be extraordinary to be able to let you guide him alone. I heard that a talent from the Great Qian Empire managed to get onto the star rankings. Is it him? Wang Ting's expression didn't change, but his gaze flickered slightly. As expected, these eternal stage martial warriors were all smart people. They could guess that he had entered the star rankings because he was the only martial warrior Sikong II fetched. However, this person didn't seem to have any good intentions when he revealed his identity directly. Wang Ting glanced at the young martial warriors behind Shu Chu. As expected, they were looking at him curiously. They knew about the legendary star rankings and knew what it meant to be on it. Now, a talent who managed to get onto the star rankings was standing right in front of them. It would be a lie to say that they didn't have any thoughts. Some showed hostility, some were unconvinced, some were curious, some were indifferent. Everyone was looking at Wang Ting blatantly, disregarding his emotions. Wang Ting remained expressionless, but he sniggered in his heart. A bunch of tools. They looked like good tools. Are these the talents you brought back from the Tianlan territorial domain? Sikong II didn't reply to him. Instead, he sized up the young martial warriors opposite him and asked calmly. Tianlan territorial domain. Wang Ting thought to himself. Another human domain? That's right. They are the top 10 talents from the various factions in the Tianlan territorial domain. Shu Chu nodded. There were hidden benefits for examiners like them to invigilate the various territorial domains competitions in the universe. For instance, They could interact with the talents first. Once they established a good relationship with them, these talents would naturally come to their faction. There were many factions in the stellar academies, even in a single faculty. Yet, Shu Chu managed to pull all the top 10 talents in the territorial domain to his side. He was a very opportunistic person. But, when he saw Wang Ting standing behind Sikong II, he didn't feel proud anymore. A single talent on the star rankings was enough to win all the talents behind him. A peerless and formidable talent couldn't be surpassed by numbers alone. Not bad. You brought many talents back to the 7th Stellar Academy. Sikong II nodded. The corners of Shu Chu's eyes twitched. This Sikong number 2 was complimenting him. Who did he think he was? Wang Ting chuckled in his heart. Instructor Sikong was not the type to suffer losses easily. The other party wouldn't be able to get any advantages. You're Wang Ting, right? Shu Chu ignored Sikong II and looked at Wang Teng instead. Yes. Wang Teng was surprised that the other party knew his name. However, since he asked, he could only nod and agree. Old fellow, what do you want to do? Sikong II was vigilant. What can I do? I just want to get to know Wang Ting. Shu Chu smiled and turned to Wang Ting. My name is Shu Chu. You may look for me if you face any difficulties in the 7th Stellar Academy. F***K, how dare you steal my man? Sikong II was furious. What do you mean by your man? He hasn't officially entered the Stellar Academy. It doesn't mean anything. Shu Chu laughed and ignored Sikong II. He turned and walked towards the huge warship with his men. Wang Ting, don't get fooled by him. This old fellow is famous for throwing his net wide to catch more fish. If you choose his side, you won't get many resources. Sikong II gritted his teeth and said to Wang Ting hurriedly. Instructor, I don't even know what side you're talking about. Wang Ting smiled and said. His intention was clear. It was too early to say this. Sikong II regained his senses. He secretly lamented that his concerns made things complicated, and he couldn't see things as clearly as a new student. You're right. We'll talk about this after we reach the Stellar Academy. Sikong II looked at him intently and regained his composure. He waved his hand and kept the warship behind him. Then, he walked forward and said, Come, let's board the spacecraft. It looks like most of the people are here. Wang Ting nodded and followed him. The two of them boarded the giant warship. When he boarded the warship, Wang Ting finally realized that there were already many people on it. They were split into many small groups. Wang Ting blinked. These talents belonged to different factions. It looked like the 7 Stellar Academies encompassed all the talents in the universe. Also, he could sense that these talents were all extraordinary. Some were on par with the second prince, while others were on par with the crown prince. This distinct faint aura would appear naturally when one reached a certain level. It wasn't something an ordinary talented martial warrior could possess. Wang Ting. At this moment, a surprised voice came from a corner of the warship. Ji Haochen. Wang Ting turned and looked in the direction of the voice. As expected, he saw a few familiar figures. It was the second prince, Ji Haochen, and a few others. Wang Teng looked at Sikong II. Go ahead. You can stay with them before you reach the faculty. Sikong II disappeared after he finished speaking. Wang Ting walked over and scanned the crowd. He noticed that besides the Crown Prince, the top 10 in the League of Talents of the Great Qian Empire were all here. He smiled and asked, When did you arrive? We have been here for a day. We have been waiting for this warship to set sail. The second prince, Yu Yuanrue, smiled and replied. Yu was the imperial surname of the Great Qian Empire. This surname was relatively rare in the universe. Where are the others? Wang Ting glanced around him. He didn't see any of the top 1,000 martial warriors from the Great Qian Empire. They seemed to have another warship fetching them. Ji Haochen greeted him. Come, sit down and talk. We were just discussing when you would arrive. Why did you arrive so late? I had many things to settle in my territory, so I left a little late. Wang Ting shook his head. Then, he started chatting with the others. Chapter 1654. You have never fished, you don't understand. 1. Wang Ting didn't probe further regarding the crown prince. Yu Yuanrui and the others were being secretively, so he could tell that they didn't want to say much. Looking at their expressions, they probably didn't know much either. It made sense. Young martial warriors like them wouldn't have the right to know such secret matters. A genius was just a genius. They hadn't reached the level where they could grasp all secret. There weren't many people like Wang Ting who knew a little of everything. Wang Ting, they seem to be looking at you. Ji Haochen interrupted Wang Ting's thoughts. Who's looking at me? Is it a man or a woman? Wang Ting looked around curiously. Everyone. Did you think that there was a beauty looking at you? What was wrong with this guy? Almost everyone is looking at you, Timothy whispered. He was caught between laughter and tears. I thought that some beauty saw my handsome face and fell in love with me, Wang Ting said with regret. Everyone. You're so shameless. Yu Chiqiao rolled her eyes. Leng Qianxue, who was standing at the side, couldn't bear to look at him either. This person was quite thick-skinned. Wang Ting felt unreal to her. He was clearly talented, yet so unconventional and different from other arrogant geniuses. However, Wang Ting had his pride too. His pride was hidden deep in his heart and would only be revealed when someone touched his bottom line. She understood this during the League of Talents. I'm so handsome, it's possible, Wang Ting replied to Yu Chiqiao. Yu Chiqiao felt even more speechless. Despicable people were invincible. This person had reached a new realm of shamelessness. They probably know that you're on the star rankings. The second prince, Yu Yuanrui, smiled and shook his head. So what if they know? What can they do to me? Wang Ting glanced around him and replied nonchalantly. Honestly, he was filled with anticipation. All these talents were suppliers of attribute bubbles. He hoped that they would come and find him soon. You have a big heart, Ji Haochen said. These people are secondary. The talents from the 7 stellar academies are your greatest trouble, the second prince, Yu Yuanrui, reminded him. I know. Wang Ting nodded. He looked at the silent Landon and smiled. Hey, Landon, you're here too. Did the Parker's family come up with any plans to tackle me recently? Everyone. Landon was stunned too. This fellow didn't go by the book. How could he ask such a question? No. Really? Come on, those old fellows from the Parker's family hate me to death. Wang Ting touched his chin curiously. Landon coughed awkwardly and gave a bitter smile. Brother Wang, I rarely participate in family matters. That's impossible. You're the only talent from the Parker's family who entered the 7 stellar academies, Wang Ting cried in disbelief. He was very curious about Landon. This person didn't have the inherent coldness and arrogance of the Parker's family. He never showed any hostility towards him either. This was strange. Everyone in the Parker's family hated him to the core, but this person didn't. Either he hid his emotions well or he didn't have a strong sense of belonging to the Parker's family. Whichever it is, it was worth Wang Ting's attention. What's more, he had information about the grey-white flame. Whether you believe me or not, I have no prejudice against you, Landon said sincerely. Really? Wang Ting gave a meaningful smile and patted his shoulder. In that case, let's get along well in the academy. I will. Landon smiled and nodded. The others had strange expressions on their faces. What was with this harmonious atmosphere between them? Wang Ting and his friends chatted casually while the others discussed in low voices. They were undoubtedly talking about Wang Ting. That's Wang Ting who entered the star rankings. He looks ordinary. Besides being a little good-looking, I don't see anything special. That's the star rankings. Anyone who can be on the star rankings should be a dazzling star. I heard that this person came from the Great Chen Empire in the Liuguang territorial domain. Some of the talents on the star rankings came from there. It looks like he has a strong foundation. Anyway, he chose the 7th Stellar Academy. I wonder what He's thinking. That's right. He chose the 7th Stellar Academy instead of the first 3 academies. I heard that he grasped multiple forces. Is this the reason? Some of us have multiple forces too, but no one chose the 7th Stellar Academy. Everyone knows what the 7th Stellar Academy is like. Choosing that path is a path of death. What an unwise decision. I think that this is the end of him. I wonder how powerful Wang Ting is. Does anyone want to test him? Why don't you go? We'll cheer for you. Silence. Many people were talking about it. However, no one was willing to be the first to test Wang Ting. Chapter 1655. You have never fished. You don't understand. 2. They weren't stupid. A talent who was able to enter the star rankings definitely wasn't weak. They would be asking for humiliation if they went up now. Even if they wanted to challenge Wang Ting, they would wait for a few years after entering the Stellar Academies. Many people felt that Wang Ting was stupid to choose the 7th Stellar Academy. They were being polite when they called him unwise. Actually, many people were mocking Wang Ting secretly. They felt that after choosing the 7th Stellar Academy, Wang Ting's future was half destroyed no matter how talented he was. They might not be as powerful as Wang Ting now, but they could catch up with him in a few years. There were instances like this in the past. Many talents who entered the 7th Stellar Academy were full of confidence at the start, but after a few years, they became ordinary. This was why the 7th Stellar Academy was always at the bottom. Of course, this ordinary referred to becoming normal talents. The 7th Stellar Academy was still a Stellar Academy. No matter how bad it was, the students wouldn't be worse than normal martial warriors. Around 3 hours later, the warship suddenly vibrated and soared into the sky. We're leaving. The talented martial warriors on the warship were exhilarated. Many of them had been waiting for a few days. Finally, they could leave. Wang Ting, Ji Haochen, and the others stood up and looked out of the warship. The warship flew out of the meteor below them and entered the chaotic star sea. An endless surge of chaotic liquid energy came forth, only to be shattered by this immense and colossal warship. The warship, like a sharp knife, resolutely sailed towards the depths of the chaotic star sea. The genius warriors on board were greatly astonished. They gathered around the edge of the ship to witness this spectacle. Generally speaking, as genius warriors, their perspectives should be broad. However, it was their first time witnessing such a magnificent sight. The chaotic star sea was famous in the outside world, but it was only among the powerful martial warriors. These talented martial warriors had never been here. This was even the first time many of them saw a void torrent belt. Look, what are the instructors doing? Someone whispered. Many people looked up. There were 2 decks in this warship. The young martial warriors were on the lower deck while the eternal stage instructors were on the upper deck. Fishing. They seemed to be fishing. Exclamations escaped the mouths of these genius warriors as they witnessed someone fishing within the chaotic star sea for the first time. They were all utterly shocked by this sight. Wang Ting looked up in surprise too. He thought of many things. Besides the void torrent belt, they could fish in this chaotic star sea too. Why else would Sikong II have brought his fishing rod along? After all, void torrent belts weren't easy to find. Which eternal stage martial warrior would go to a void torrent belt to fish for no reason? Everything made sense after he saw this scene. This was because the 7 Stellar Academies were in the chaotic star sea. The instructors from the 7 Stellar Academies must have been fishing frequently. You can fish in the chaotic star sea. Ji Haochen and the others exclaimed in surprise. Wang Ting chuckled in his heart. He wondered what their expressions would be like if they knew that he had fished personally. I wonder what's below? Ji Haochen asked in surprise. There's fish, Wang Ting replied seriously. There's our fish. Ji Haochen and the others looked over and asked curiously. That's impossible. Fishing isn't always about catching fish. You have never fished before, so you don't understand. The instructors might seem to be fishing, but this is the chaotic star sea, not the real sea. I feel that they might be fishing for something else. You make sense. Wang Ting glanced at him with a strange expression. I've never fished before, so I don't understand. This fellow sounds so confident people might think that he had fished before. However, Ji Haochen was right. There should be more exquisite things below the chaotic star sea. These eternal stage instructors might not be fishing. They might be hoping to catch something else. At this moment, one of the instructors got lucky and his fishing rod was suddenly pulled downwards, indicating that something took the bait. Ha ha ha, a burst of laughter echoed from above as the mentor exerted a strong force, pulling out a massive blackfish from the chaotic star sea. The liquid energy splashed around, resembling glistening water droplets under the sunlight, radiating a sparkling brilliance. Everyone looked at Ji Haochen in unplanned unison. Who was the one who said that there might not be fish? Isn't this a fish? They almost believed his nonsense. Cough, so it's really a fish. Ji Haochen coughed awkwardly, his facial muscles twitching, overwhelmed by a sudden wave of embarrassment. The fish that glided through the air happened to pass right in front of him. Its lifeless fish eyes locked with his for a brief moment as if mocking him. It's all right. Besides fish, there must be other things below. Wang Ting held back his laughter and patted his shoulder to console him. Ji Haochen. It would have been better if he didn't comfort him. It made him even more awkward. He glared at Wang Ting. This fellow was laughing at him, right? He must be. Fat. Yu Chichiao burst out laughing when she saw his expression. Ji Haochen's face turned black. He felt like he had truly made a fool of himself. If the first thing the instructor caught wasn't a fish, he wouldn't feel so awkward. Ironically, just moments ago, he had adamantly declared that it was impossible to catch any fish. Yet, the first mentor managed to hook a fish, which happened to pass right before him. What a stroke of luck! Wasn't this a slap on his face? At the same time, on the upper deck of the warship, a few instructors were chatting casually. It's a black blade fish. Everyone gathered around the black fish and started commenting. The instructor who caught this black fish was an old man around 50 years old. He seemed quite happy. The black blade fish was a large fish with a sleek, jet-black body shaped like a blade. It was considered a relatively precious species, known for its excellent flesh and its ability to enhance the physical body of heaven stage martial warriors. While its effects may not be significant for them, it was a valuable resource for young martial warriors. Old Gung, it looks like you're quite lucky today. You caught a black blade fish in such a short time, someone said. Ha ha ha, this is just the start. I'm sure everyone will get lucky later. Gung Zhizhen waved his hand and laughed. Old Tu, do you want to compete with me today? Shu Chu suddenly opened his mouth and asked Sikong II. No. Sikong II held the fishing rod in his hand and replied calmly without turning his head. Hey, Sikong II, aren't you always enthusiastic about competitions? Why aren't you participating today? Someone nearby commented. Sigh, don't talk about it. Sikong II didn't like Shu Chu, but he had to give face to the other instructors. He said in frustration, I just lost to a junior a few days ago. I'm not in the mood to compete anymore. You lost to a junior. Really? You will lose to a junior? Did you go easy on him? Everyone was stunned. They discussed fervently. Why will I lie to you? Am I supposed to be proud that I lost to a junior? Sikong II was speechless. Who did you lose to? Tell us about it, someone said. Here, the one below. Sikong II pouted. Hey, isn't that the young man who got onto the star rankings? I think his name is Wang Ting, right? The Eternal Stage martial warriors had good memory, so they recognized Wang Ting instantly. That's right, it's him. Sikong II nodded. This time, they believed him. After all, individuals with such exceptional talent often possessed extraordinary qualities, particularly a kind of luck that even they couldn't quite explain. What did he catch? Shu Chu couldn't help but ask. Let me tell you what I caught first. Sikong II suddenly sniggered and piqued everyone's interest. All right, speak. Everyone knew Sikong II's temperament. They could only urge him with a roll of their eyes. I caught 4 silver-scaled yellowfish and one of them is 3 meters long, Sikong II said proudly. Silver-scaled yellowfish. Really? F***K, how lucky are you? The Eternal Stage martial warriors started shouting in envy, No, those who listen will get a share. Hurry up and take it out. Chapter 1656 Arrival at the Seven Stellar Academies. When the group of Eternal Stage martial warriors heard that Seekong II had caught several silver-scaled yellowfish, their immediate response was to think about dividing the benefits among themselves. The silver-scaled yellowfish seemed extremely attractive to them. Don't even think about it. I don't even have enough silver-scaled yellowfish for myself. Why will I give them to you? Seekong II snorted. He expected this scene. F***K, you bitch, you did it on purpose. Shu Chu cursed uncontrollably. This bastard said it to make them envious. Ha ha ha, Seekong II burst out laughing. Brother Seekong, this is too much. Why don't you share the good stuff with everyone? You have 4 silver-scaled yellowfish, right? Keep 3 of them and share the 3-meter-long one with us. The Eternal Stage martial warrior who caught the black bladefish, Gang Zhizhen, said earnestly, I can use this black bladefish to trade with you. No. What use do I have for the black knife fish? It won't be of any help to me, Seekong II refused without hesitation. The black knife fish can be used to strengthen the physical bodies of the younger generation. How can you say it's useless? Gang Zhizhen, being straightforward, expressed his dissatisfaction. It's not as good as my silver-scaled yellowfish, Seekong II said proudly. All right, can't you tell? He's just boasting in front of us. Shu Chu said angrily, what's so great about it? Let me catch a few later. Hihi, well then, go ahead and fish. If you manage to catch something, I'll admit you're skilled. Seekong II smiled. The others knew that Seekong II wouldn't take it out, so they all scorned him severely. So what did Wang Teng catch? An Eternal Stage martial warrior covered with purple scales asked. That's right. What did he catch? How can it be even more precious than your 4 silver-scaled yellowfish? The others were curious too. He caught a lightning spirit. Seekong II didn't leave them hanging any longer. Lightning spirit. Even as Eternal Stage martial warriors, they couldn't help but feel shocked when they heard about Thunder Spirit, a being born and nurtured by heaven and earth. Are you kidding? Shu Chu frowned as he looked at Seekong II. If you don't believe me, call him up and ask him personally, Seekong replied. All right, call him over. We old folks are also curious to see what this Thunder Spirit looks like, Gang Zhizhen said. Seekong II immediately acted. He shouted, Wang Teng, come up. Wang Teng was chatting with everyone when he heard Seekong II's voice. He was stunned and looked up. The others also glanced at the instructors in surprise before turning to look at Wang Teng. It looked like the Eternal Stage instructors were looking for Wang Teng. Many people were envious. Getting on the star rankings was truly remarkable. Even Eternal Stage instructors were paying much attention to him. I'll go up and take a look, Wang Teng said to the second prince and the others before flying to the upper deck. Why do you think the instructor called Wang Teng? Ji Haochen couldn't help but ask. Who knows? Maybe they want to take a look at the talent who entered the star rankings, the second prince, Yu Yuanrue, said. Wang Teng came to the upper deck. The Eternal Stage martial warriors sized him up. His heart skipped a beat and he felt a little nervous. Only at a close distance could he understand the pressure that this group of Eternal Stage martial warriors brought to him, even though they didn't show any hint of the imposing aura. However, the difference in their stages still made people uncomfortable. Wang Teng, take out the lightning spirit you caught and show it to the instructors, Seekong II said directly. Wang Teng was taken aback for a moment and gave Seekong II a speechless look. Was he using his lightning spirit to show off? It was quite audacious for a mentor to engage in such behavior. His skin was honestly thick. However, since the other party had spoken and there were so many Eternal Stage instructors watching, he could only take out the lightning spirit. Squeak. The round little lightning spirit appeared in front of everyone. It didn't know what happened, so it thought that it was time to eat. It squeaked happily and prepared to receive the food. But there was nothing. There was only a bunch of wolf-like gazes. All those eternal stage mentors were gazing at the lightning spirit with shining eyes as if they discovered a precious treasure. Squeak! The lightning spirit jumped in fright when it saw a bunch of eternal stage martial warriors staring at it. It jumped onto Wang Ting's head and shivered in fear. When it was caught by Wang Ting, it didn't dare to act rashly because he got frightened by Sikong II. Now, there were even more eternal-level martial warriors staring at him. This feeling was terrifying. Ha ha ha, this little creature got frightened by y'all. Sikong II burst out laughing. Wang Ting was speechless. Why was the lightning spirit hugging his head? He felt as if he was wearing a hat. After comforting it, the lightning spirit knew that there was no danger. It flew down obediently and landed on Wang Ting's palm. Indeed, it's a lightning spirit. There's a powerful lightning force in its body, Shu Chu exclaimed. And its intelligence is not low. It's a newborn lightning spirit. Did you really catch it? Gang Zhizhen asked in disbelief. Yes, I caught it in the void torrent belt. Instructor Sikong wanted to have a duel with me, but I accidentally caught a lightning spirit. It was all luck, Wang Ting said in a humble tone. But, to everyone, this wasn't what they heard. This guy is a show-off too. No wonder Sikong II managed to get him over to his side. Birds of a feather flock together. You're really lucky. I've never seen anyone who can catch a naturally occurring spiritual life form like the lightning spirit in the void torrent belt. Gang Zhizhen shook his head and lamented. The others were amazed too. They looked at Wang Ting in a different light. It looked like the talents who were able to enter the star rankings were indeed extraordinary. Wang Ting felt that he was able to catch the lightning spirit because he possessed the Heaven-Earth Calamity Lightning. All the credit should go to the system as it helped him to pick up the Heaven-Earth Calamity Lightning. But, in the eyes of these eternal stage martial warriors, it represented a long-lasting fortune. People who possessed such fortune often had the ability to go much further in their endeavors. Now, they believed that Wang Ting might be one of those individuals, so their attitude towards him became better. A talented individual with such a long-lasting fortune had boundless potential in the future. They didn't mind establishing some positive connections with him right now. Of course, that was it. Eternal stage martial warriors wouldn't curry favor with a young martial warrior. As the saying goes, a prodigy was just a prodigy and means nothing until they had grown and accomplished something significant. If Wang Ting knew what they were thinking, he might laugh out loud. Imaginary assumptions were deadly. Sikong II smiled when he saw this scene. He had done everything he could. Venturing down the multi-forces path would require a significant amount of resources and was a challenging route to take. Since he had already brought Wang Ting to the 7th Stellar Academy, it was natural for him to hope that Wang Ting could go even further. Establishing connections was the first step towards that. In the academy, eternal stage martial warriors were at the top of the pyramid. If he could gain the favor of these eternal stage martial warriors, Wang Ting would face fewer difficulties in the academy in the future. After chatting for some time, Sikong II asked Wang Ting to leave. Wang Ting felt regretful. He was wondering if Sikong II would give him another chance to fish, but that opportunity went down the drain. Such opportunities were hard to come by. In the future, he wouldn't be able to fish here unless he got a warship and a fishing rod that could be used to fish in the chaotic Star Sea. However, he quickly realized the true intentions behind Sikong II's actions. Revealing the lightning spirit was just a catalyst. In reality, Sikong II wanted him to make an appearance in front of these eternal stage instructors, paving the way for his future cultivation journey at the Stellar Academy. This instructor is really... Wang Ting smiled and shook his head. He felt grateful. Wang Ting returned to Ji Haochen and the others. He noticed that they were looking at him curiously. "Why are you looking at me?" Wang Ting asked. "Wang Ting, did you cozy up to the eternal stage instructors?" Ji Haochen leaned over and whispered. "How is that possible? Those are eternal stage martial warriors. It's not easy to cozy up to them," Wang Ting replied calmly. "We saw it." "You have a good relationship with the instructors," Timothy said. "You must have seen wrong. They just asked me some questions," Wang Ting said. "Wang Ting, This isn't right. We're all in this together, so when something good happens, you should share it with us. How can you enjoy all the benefits by yourself? Ji Haochen suddenly hooked his arms around Wang Ting's neck and said, "Go away." Wang Ting slapped him away. He didn't tell them directly but used voice transmission. "I just went to show my face to the instructors. Don't tell others." Everyone's eyes lit up and they nodded. They came from the same empire as Wang Ting, so they had to stick together. The better Wang Ting became, the better their prospects would be in the future. For the rest of the time, Wang Ting and the others cultivated on the warship. They didn't roam around. For those who came to the chaotic Star Sea for the first time, it might indeed be intriguing at first. However, as they spent more time here, they realized that it was quite monotonous. Of course, it would be more interesting if Wang Ting could fish every day like the instructors. After all, there were always some peculiar and unexpected things being caught, much like opening a blind box. There might be surprises awaiting him. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. On the third day, the warship vibrated slightly. Everyone who was cultivating in the cabin sensed something and rushed out. They came to the deck. Ahead, within the vast and dreamlike ocean of energy, numerous celestial bodies revolved around a central point. 7 immensely colossal continents emerged before everyone's eyes. At the center of each continent, there stood a towering and majestic mountain peak, occupying almost half of the landmass. These peaks soar into the void, reaching an indiscernible height, shrouded in ethereal clouds and mist. They exuded a sense of grandeur and profound mystery. Each continent was surrounded by a variety of celestial bodies, including planets, satellites, and stars, creating a truly magical and extraordinary sight. "Everyone, we have arrived at the 7 stellar academies." A voice was heard. Wang Ting and the others looked at each other in speechless astonishment, completely overwhelmed by the scene unfolding before them. Chapter 1657. Are You a Lady? 1. The 7 stellar academies are 7, continent. Second Prince Yuanrue, Ji Haochen, and the others widened their eyes in shock. They were in awe and unable to calm down for a long time. Even Wang Ting was astounded. In the universe, various celestial bodies such as planets, stars, black holes, and even supergiant stars can be seen in abundance. However, Wang Ting had never seen such an enormous piece of land. It was a sight that left him utterly amazed. In the virtual universe, many factions existed as continents, but this was reality. It was hard to imagine that there were such continents in the vast universe. Moreover, around those continents, all other celestial bodies pale in comparison, serving merely as adornments. Planets, stars, and the like are nothing more than accessories to those majestic landmasses. That was why everyone was stunned. They couldn't even describe their emotions with words. The young martial artists present were all top talents from various territorial domains and had witnessed various extraordinary things and beings. However, when they saw the 7 continents today, their knowledge and experiences were completely overturned. "Everyone, what do you think about our 7 stellar academies?" An eternal stage martial warrior asked with a smile. Everyone finally regained their senses and looked at the eternal stage instructor. They didn't know what to say. Ha ha ha, the eternal stage martial warriors burst out laughing when they saw their expressions. Back then, when they first came to the 7 stellar academies, they felt the same way. However, that was many eras ago. A hint of nostalgia appeared in the eyes of many eternal stage martial warriors. However, it disappeared quickly. "Instructor, how big is this land?" Wang Ting whispered to Sikong II. "Every piece of land spans a few 100,000 light-years," Sikong II replied calmly. "A few 100,000 light-years." Wang Ting was flabbergasted. The battle planet that hosted the League of Talents was huge. It was many times bigger than Earth. However, compared to these 7 continents, everything else seemed insignificant, like sesame seeds on a pancake. There was no point in comparing. "It's too big. I didn't expect such a place to exist in the universe." Round Ball's astounded voice sounded in Wang Ting's mind. You couldn't blame it for making a fuss. Anyone who saw the 7 continents for the first time would have the same response. Moreover, it used to be a country bumpkin among intelligent life forms. It only had the opportunity to broaden its horizons after following Wang Ting. Round Ball felt that it followed the right person. In the future, it would be a real knowledgeable Round Ball. I wonder if these 7 immense continents are formed naturally or are they man-made? Round Ball asked. This was the biggest question in Wang Ting's mind. He asked Sikong II. Guess. Sikong II looked at him mysteriously and chuckled. Wang Ting. This was a reminder that his actions could come back to haunt him. Wang Ting loved to use these 2 words to shut other people up. He didn't expect himself to suffer this treatment today. Every dog had its day. I can't guess. Wang Ting rolled his eyes. All right. You're so uncooperative. Sikong II shook his head and continued, actually, we don't know either. Wang Ting glanced at him speechlessly. Instructor, you're so irritating. What's the point of pretending to be mysterious about something you don't know? Of course, he only dared to complain in his heart. He couldn't afford to offend an eternal stage martial warrior. The warship below them continued flying forward at high speed. The continent seemed right in front of them, but the warship still took more than 3 hours to reach it. The closer they get, the more the vastness of the continents astounded them. Instructor, do these 7 continents correspond to the 7 stellar academies? A talented martial warrior asked. That's right. The 7 stellar academies are known as stellar academies, but from a certain point of view, they are one entity. Hence, the 7 stellar academies are all here. Every piece of land in front of you represents an academy. The warships from your faculties will come and fetch you later. We will part here, an eternal level instructor said. Everyone nodded. They finally understood why they gathered together. It was because the 7 stellar academies were in the same location. Wang Teng, the celestial bodies around the continent seem to be rune force weapons, Round Ball suddenly said. It couldn't see clearly as they were too far away earlier, but now, as they approached closer, Round Ball discovered something unusual. Wang Ting had a sudden thought. He looked at the nearest planet and indeed saw traces of rune force weapons. He was a rune grandmaster. The fluctuations emitted by the runes couldn't escape his eyes. These are rune force weapons. Sikong II noticed Wang Ting's gaze and smiled. There are many dangers in the chaotic star sea. Without these weapons, other dangerous creatures can threaten the 7 stellar academies at any moment. Wang Ting nodded in deep thought. Look, there's a chaotic star sea beast there. Sikong II suddenly pointed in a direction. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He looked in the direction Sikong II was pointing at. Beneath the turbulent liquid energy of the chaotic star sea, a massive dark shadow flashed by, swiftly surging up and heading towards the 3rd continent. It was a monstrously fierce star beast, with a body as colossal as a planet. It opened its blood-stained maw, ready to devour everything in its path. Chapter 1658 Are You a Lady? 2. Universe Behemoth. This was the real Universe Behemoth. Many people on the warship exclaimed in astonishment. Even from afar, they could feel how terrifying the Universe Behemoth was. This was a mid-tier Imperial-level Universe Behemoth. However, it gave off a ferocious and terrifying aura. This feeling far exceeded that of an ordinary mid-tier Imperial-level star beast. All the young martial warriors present were talents who could skip levels and kill a beast of a higher level than them. Hence, all of them had killed mid-tier Imperial-tier star beasts before. However, their expressions still changed slightly when they saw the Universe Behemoth. They turned grim. Wang Ting activated his real eye. With his powerful eyesight, he saw someone in front of the Universe Behemoth. Boom! At this moment, a loud explosion was heard. A blade glow flashed across the sky and collided with the Universe Behemoth. The appearance of that blade glow caused many people's expressions to change. They knew that they couldn't execute this attack. The person who launched the attack was very strong. However, when the blade glow landed on the Universe Behemoth's body, it only left a wound. It didn't kill it. Howl. The universe behemoth roared like a maniac. It was drenched in blood as it charged towards the mainland even more ferociously. Boom. A beam of light suddenly shot out from a planet, piercing through the body of the universe behemoth in an instant, abruptly silencing its roar. The universe behemoth was dead. There was dead silence. Everyone stared at this scene in bewilderment. What a powerful attack. Round Ball said grimly. Wang Ting's eyes shimmered. He was shocked. If he was right, the person who attacked the universe behemoth was a gifted student from the Stellar Academy. He was at the cosmos stage, but he couldn't kill the universe behemoth at the same level. This was surprising. However, the rune force weapon managed to kill it in one move. What a terrifying power. The foundation of the 7 Stellar Academies was surprisingly strong. What's more, this was probably just the first layer of defense. The real defense barrier should be on the 7 continents. What do you think? Sikong II smiled and asked. It's very powerful. Wang Teng replied as he picked up the attribute bubbles dropped by the universe behemoth. He gained many blank attributes for free. This felt amazing. There are many such weapons around, and that's not the strongest. The most powerful weapons can kill eternal stage universe behemoths, Sikong II continued. Wang Teng and the young martial warriors around him were astounded when they heard this. They inhaled sharply in unison. These weapons could even kill an eternal stage universe behemoth. This was unbelievable. Based on the ability of that mid-tier Imperial tier star beast, the strength of an eternal stage universe behemoth couldn't be compared to an ordinary eternal stage star beast. Boom. The warship landed on a planet close to the 7 continents. There were already warships from the 7 Stellar Academies waiting there. Wang Teng bid farewell to Yuan Rui, Ji Haochen, and the others. Brother Landon, you're at the 3rd Stellar Academy. I'll come and play with you in the future. Wang Ting waved his hand when he saw Lan boarding the warship. Of course, of course. Landon nodded with a smile. The corners of his eyes twitched. Why do you keep targeting him? Yu Chichiao stood beside Wang Ting and whispered. Really? I just think that he's a little special. I want to get closer to him. Wang Ting didn't deny it. Then, everyone boarded their academy's warships and flew towards the 7 continents. Yu Chichiao and the Crown Prince were going to the 7th Stellar Academy too. Wang Teng didn't expect the Crown Prince to choose the 7th Stellar Academy. This was the first time he saw the Crown Prince in these few days. Previously, the Crown Prince stayed in the cabin and never appeared. He was still the same. The light covered his face so no one could see him. His aura remained exceptional. The moment he appeared, he attracted everyone's attention. The Crown Prince was too outstanding. Wherever he went, he became the center of attention. Many people wondered who he was and why they didn't see him on the giant warship. Sikong II glanced at the Crown Prince when he appeared. There was an ambiguous glint in his eyes, but he didn't say anything. Wang Ting took in everything with his eyes, and numerous thoughts flashed through his mind. Wang Ting, what do you think happened to the Crown Prince? Why is he released? A voice suddenly sounded beside Wang Ting's ear. It was a voice transmission. Wang Ting glanced at Yu Chichiao and replied using voice transmission, How would I know? I can't see anything amiss. I feel that there's something strange about him. Shall we stay away from him in the future? Yu Chichiao felt a little closer to Wang Ting unconsciously as they were in the same academy. Well, see. I can win him anyway, Wang Teng replied calmly. Yu Chichiao was speechless. She almost forgot that this fellow was a monster who could defeat the devilized Crown Prince. At this moment, Wang Ting walked over and asked the Crown Prince, Are you feeling better? Yu Chichiao, #, she just told him that they shouldn't provoke the Crown Prince, and now, this fellow ran up to him. How fearless was he? The Crown Prince looked at Wang Teng, not knowing what expression to give. He remained silent for some time before replying, I'm a little better. Only a little. Why didn't you rest more? Wang Ting patted the Crown Prince's shoulder and said in a brother-like tone, In the future, we are all students of the 7th Stellar Academy. We should help each other. Yu Chichiao felt her heart pounding furiously. All right. The Crown Prince remained silent for some time before he replied. Oh right, I don't know your name. I can't keep calling you Crown Prince, right? Wang Teng asked. During the League of Talents, the Crown Prince was the only one who didn't reveal his name. Wang Teng found this strange. Yu Yunxian. The Crown Prince didn't hide his identity. Yu Yunxian? This is a good name, but it sounds like a lady's name, Wang Teng complimented. Then, he sized up the Crown Prince strangely and whispered, Are you a lady? Yu Yunxian. Yu Chichiao. What was this person thinking? The Crown Prince was a man. How could he be a lady? Did he think they were blind? Also, what's the use of whispering? Do you think no one can hear you? Really? Wang Ting widened his eyes in surprise. No. Yu Yunxian's tone fluctuated violently. That's good, that's good. If not, I will think that I took advantage of you. Wang Ting patted his chest and heaved a sigh of relief. During the competition, he hit the Crown Prince's chest many times. It wasn't soft, so it looked like he was a real man. Yu Yunxian. Yu Chichiao didn't know how Yu Yunxian was feeling right now. However, if it was her, she would have exploded in anger. In the distance, a group of people was startled upon hearing Wang Teng refer to Yu Yunxian as the Crown Prince, and they started discussing it among themselves. So that's the Crown Prince of the Great Qian Empire. I heard that he's famous. That's right. I heard that before the League of Talents, he traveled to other territories and fought with talents from other parts of the universe. I didn't expect him to lose to Wang Ting. Is Wang Ting really so powerful? Luck won't bring you to the star rankings. Puff. The warship entered the range of the 7th continent and slowly descended into a docking bay with numerous spacecraft already docked. Wang Teng and the others alighted the warship under the lead of Sikong II and the other instructors. They stepped on land. There were already many young men and women in faculty uniforms waiting at the dock. When they saw Sikong II and the others, the young man at the front came forward and greeted them. Instructor Sikong, Instructor Shu, Sikong II and the others nodded. I'll leave the new students to you. Don't worry, Instructor. We will make the necessary arrangements, the young man replied respectfully. Sikong II and the others nodded. He turned and said to Wang Teng, Come and find me if you need anything. Then, he flew away. The group of young men and women wearing faculty uniforms looked at Wang Ting in surprise. They recognized him quickly. You must be junior brother Wang Teng, right? The young man in the lead came forward and smiled. Chapter 1659 The 7 Judges. Wang Ting looked at the young man in front of him. He was surprised by his sudden enthusiasm. This person looked like a human, but he had a horn on his head. He must be from a special race and he gave off a powerful aura. He was a heaven stage martial warrior. Yes. Wang Ting nodded. I've long heard of you. You're quite famous in the 7 stellar academies now, the young man said with a meaningful smile. Wang Ting smiled modestly and exchanged a few words of humility. He had already learned about this situation from Sikong II, so there was no need to repeat it. The reputation of the star rankings had its pros and cons. He might be able to make use of it. Let's not talk about this for now. The young man in front of him seemed warm-hearted, but he was acting like a senior. This made him uncomfortable. He was new, so they didn't know each other. Hence, there was no need for unnecessary words. We are the logistics staff from the Faculty's Arbitration Association. My name is Sari. I will bring you to your lodgings now. The young man introduced himself and brought everyone onto a small spacecraft. They flew towards the mainland. Throughout the journey, Wang Teng and the others had been traveling by warship, so this was the first time they boarded a spacecraft. They finally found a sense of familiarity. This was a universe-level spacecraft, so it was extremely luxurious. As for Sari, he was a heaven stage martial warrior. It was considered quite impressive for him to be able to use a universe-level spacecraft. From the looks of it, in the Faculty Arbitration Association, he seemed to hold a certain position of importance within the logistics department. Thus, When everyone boarded the universe-level spacecraft, one could see a hint of pride on his face. Junior brothers and sisters, you can use spacecraft to fly within the 7th Stellar Academy. However, you need to register the spacecraft first. I will send you some things to take note of in the Academy. You must remember them clearly. If not, it will cause unnecessary trouble. At this moment, everyone was sitting in the lobby of the spacecraft. Sari glanced at them and said calmly, "This is not an exaggeration on my part. If any of you violate the rules of the Academy, the members of the Arbitration Association will mete out punishment." Upon hearing these words, a chill ran through the hearts of the young martial warriors. It seemed that there wasn't as much freedom in the Stellar Academy as they had initially thought. Also, what was the Faculty Arbitration Association? Many people were puzzled. The Faculty Arbitration Association is an arbitration body formed by the most powerful students from the 7 stellar academies. Their authority is derived from the Academy itself as well as from the Stellar Arbitration Council. In theory, the younger generations of the 7 stellar academies are all under the control of the Academy's Arbitration Association. Sari smiled when he saw everyone's confusion and continued explaining to them. The talented martial warriors from the various territories were shocked. The Faculty Arbitration Association's power was immense. It was able to govern the younger generation of the 7 stellar academies. And it looked like it had a powerful backing. However, the instant they understood what the Faculty Arbitration Association was, another Stellar Arbitration Council appeared. They got confused again. Wang Teng blinked. From the sound of it, the Faculty Arbitration Association should be an organization within the Academy. As for the Stellar Arbitration Council, as its name suggested, it must be a huge organization within this vast universe. It was hard to imagine who founded the Stellar Arbitration Council. Sari smiled. He didn't explain what the Stellar Arbitration Council was and just continued. The ones in charge of the Faculty Arbitration Association are the strongest martial warriors in the 7 stellar academies. They are all talents who reached the eternal stage within 30,000 years. In the entire universe, they are an insurmountable presence. Hence, it's best not to rashly challenge the authority of the Arbitration Association. Reached the eternal stage in 30,000 years, everyone widened their eyes in shock as if they had heard something incredible. That was the eternal stage. Many people might not even reach the eternal stage in 100,000 years. It was truly unimaginable that those 7 geniuses who control the Faculty Arbitration Association were able to reach the eternal stage within just 30,000 years. The significance of a genius becoming an eternal stage martial warrior was entirely different. Some eternal stage martial warriors were known as marquises, and some were known as rulers. The main reason for this difference was their abilities. Some prodigies, even in their weaker stages, were able to fight against higher-level opponents. If such prodigies reached the eternal stage, their combat power would undoubtedly be terrifying. A single person could defeat numerous opponents of the same stage. It could be said that those 7 strongest individuals from the academies were the epitome of exceptional cultivation speed and unparalleled strength. Even though the young martial warriors present were all talents from various factions, they didn't dare to say that they could reach the eternal stage within 30,000 years. It would be good enough if they could reach the universe stage at all. They had barely set foot on the continent where the Academy was located, and already, they could feel the weight of immense pressure upon them. Even Wang Ting turned serious. But, his blood was boiling with excitement. This was more interesting. Being invincible was lonely. Also, 30,000 years was too long. He hoped that he wouldn't need 30,000 years to reach the eternal stage. The 7 strongest martial warriors in the 7 faculties are called the chiefs or the judges. Sari smiled when he saw the young talented martial warriors getting intimidated by him. He felt the same way when he first entered the Stellar Academy. However, at that time, their understanding of the 7 judges was only superficial. After so many years had passed, they truly came to understand what those 7 judges represented, and their awe and reverence towards them became even more profound. These were 7 insurmountable mountains. Judges. Everyone was flabbergasted. They felt as if there were 7 majestic and powerful figures pressing down on their heads. The immense pressure made it hard for them to breathe. Of course, the 7 judges are way ahead of you, so we won't see them normally. You just need to know their presence, Sari said calmly. There are many eternal stage and universe stage martial warriors under the 7 judges. If you can grow and develop in the future, and catch the attention of the 7 arbitrators, perhaps you will earn their favor. Wang Tung snorted in his heart. He was already establishing his authority over the freshmen as soon as they enter the Stellar Academy. Their power and authority were truly formidable. Everyone present was a genius from the various territories. Asking them to submit to the 7 judges was equivalent to looking down on them. Maybe Sari made an unintentional mistake because he respected the 7 judges too much. Hence, he was forcing this respect on them. But, to the talents present, this was unbearable. It was a humiliation. Many young talents were furious and unconvinced. They came to the 7 stellar academies to become stronger, not to become subordinate of a formidable warrior. Sari smiled. A hint of disdain appeared at the edge of his lips. He acted the same way in the past. At the start, he was unconvinced, but only after experiencing the brutality of reality did he know how terrifying the 7 judges were. These talents from the various territorial domains would eventually follow in his footsteps. Of course, there might be people who could get closer to the 7 judges, but only close. The Eternal Stage and Universe Stage martial warriors under them were instances. They were once the most outstanding geniuses with broad perspectives and strong spirits. However, now, they had all been defeated by the 7 judges and willingly submitted themselves. What was the difference? As he thought about this, Sari glanced at the young faces in front of him as if he was watching a good show. How would they feel if they remembered their emotions today? They would probably feel complicated. Suddenly, he saw one young man and the smile on his face disappeared. That person had no trace of anger or resistance on his face. There was only an extreme calmness, as if the reputation of the 7 judges had no impact on him. Wang Ting. It was him. Sari squinted. Many thoughts went through his mind. It was said that the 7 judges were talents who entered the star rankings too. Wang Teng was an accident. The biggest accident in this batch. Could a peerless genius who entered the star rankings shake the position of the 7 judges? No. Impossible. So what if he entered the star rankings? He hadn't matured fully. Too many talents died in the process. On the other hand, the 7 judges earned their reputation through their own efforts and abilities. They deserved everyone's respect. He would only be able to convince them if he reached that stage. If not, everything would be empty talk. Scary. Scary. Round Ball couldn't help but mutter to itself. It was overwhelmed with shock as it once again widened its perspective. F***K, the 7 stellar academies were filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Eternal Stage was considered the pinnacle in the outside world, but it seemed that there were many of them within these 7 stellar academies. Compared to the 7 judges who achieved the Eternal Stage in 30,000 years, the Eternal Stage martial warriors outside were nothing. Don't make such a fuss. You're embarrassing me, Wang Tung said calmly. Round Ball choked. This fellow was really arrogant. These are ultimate geniuses who reached the Eternal Stage within 30,000 years. You mustn't underestimate them. Round Ball couldn't help but interject. I'm not looking down on them, but they can be surpassed, Wang Tung said. Round Ball didn't know what to say. It wanted to persuade Wang Tung not to be too conceited, but it felt that its persuasion was a little useless when it remembered Wang Ting's past achievements. For instance, in the League of Talents, it was certain that Wang Tung wouldn't be able to enter the top 10. In the end, Wang Tung got first place and even entered the star rankings. It was a tight slap to his face. Wang Tung might be able to surpass the 7 judges. Who knows? Many talents found it extremely difficult to reach the Eternal Stage in 30,000 years. But, look at how young Wang Tung was. He was a little more than 20 years old. He could reach the Eternal Stage within 30,000 years. Round Ball's eyes lit up. It suddenly felt hopeful for Wang Ting. He might be able to shake the 7 judges' positions in the future and replace them. If Wang Ting became a judge, its status would rise too. Whenever a person mentioned the judge, he would mention Round Ball, the intelligent lifeform who helped the judge along his journey. Just thinking about it made it excited. Ha ha ha. Chapter 1660F***K, they're all pervert. 1. In the spacecraft. Fulfilling his duties, Solly informed the new students about various common matters within the academy. This knowledge would prevent them from unknowingly violating certain taboos within the academy. Although this logistics personnel from the Faculty Arbitration Association might have a somewhat authoritative demeanor, he didn't neglect any of his duties. Our faculty has a points system. Everything needs points, such as lodging, scriptures, battle techniques, weapons, and many more. You might even have the chance to enter the uncharted, Sari said. Points. Everyone listened attentively, afraid that they would miss something important. However, when they heard the uncharted, they were all shocked. They had already known about the uncharted since the beginning of the League of Talents, and they were extremely eager for the opportunity to explore it. They were still at the celestial stage, and the reason why they didn't advance was because they wanted to wait for the chance to explore the uncharted. They hoped that they could gain great benefits through exploration, which could help them to advance to the cosmos stage. Only by making such a breakthrough could they dominate their peers and crush other geniuses. This was their pride. Being geniuses, they naturally aimed to walk the path of the strongest. If they could get some benefits from the uncharted, it would be enough to make them stand above all others in the cosmic stage. Based on what Sari said, they were able to buy the chance to enter the uncharted with points. Many people had doubts in their minds and immediately raised their questions on the spot. Senior Sari, can you use points to buy a chance to enter the uncharted? The points are just one of the requirements. There are other things you need. You will know them in the future. Sari gave a mysterious smile. Everyone was speechless. A person who didn't finish his sentence should be dragged out and killed. How do we get the points? Someone asked again. There are many ways to get points, such as completing missions, gaining enlightenment from predecessors, and obtaining rankings. Of course, you can also join the faculty's arbitration association. For instance, I came to welcome you today because the faculty gave me a mission. I can get the corresponding points, Sari said. At this moment, everyone finally knew that Sari came to welcome the freshman because he could get faculty points. At the same time, after his introduction, they knew that these points were equivalent to UC outside. However, in the academy, points were more useful than UC. Alright, I won't go into the details. The method of getting points is in the enrollment guide I sent to you. Take a good look at it when you go back, Sari said. Let me introduce your lodgings now. In the faculty, the students' residences are segregated based on their levels. There are 4 main categories: the Cosmos Zone, the Heaven Zone, the Universe Zone, and the Eternal Zone. From the names, you should be able to understand what these 4 residential districts represent. Everyone nodded in deep thought. This was differentiated based on one's stage and ability. That means that Cosmos stage martial warriors can only live in the Cosmos Zone. Someone couldn't help but ask. Not necessarily, Solly replied with a meaningful smile. If you can make it onto the major rankings within the academy, you can naturally reside in higher level zones. He knew someone would ask this question. To put it nicely, these talented martial warriors were proud. To put it bluntly, they were arrogant. They believed they were different from everyone else and refused to acknowledge anyone's superiority over themselves. But this was the Stellar Academy. All of them were the cream of the crop. It would be incredibly difficult to stand out among such a group of exceptional talents. Hence, these were just empty words. Everyone was in deep thought. Why isn't there a celestial zone? Someone asked. Sari's expression turned strange. He glanced at the person and said, "Everyone here is among the top 10 in the League of Talents. You have the chance to visit the Uncharted and will be able to break through to the Cosmos realm soon. What's the use of this celestial zone?" The person's face turned red. He knew that he had asked a stupid question. What kind of rankings are there? Someone asked. The most famous one is the top 100 ranking. Every academy has a top 100 ranking, Sari said. Top 100. Everyone was shocked. It wasn't easy to make it into the top 100 of the academy. Just thinking about it made it clear that this was a challenging feat, you're right. Most of the people in the top 100 are universe stage martial warriors or eternal stage martial warriors. No one below the universe stage can enter the rank. Sari glanced at everyone and continued, so, when you enter the academy, you should focus on cultivation and not think about how to get on the rank. The subsequent words carried a slightly admonishing tone, though it may have seemed a bit authoritative, one could still discern that it was for the good of everyone. Wang Ting's gaze flickered. He really wanted to know how powerful the talents who advanced to the universe stage after entering the faculty stellar academies were. Even he wouldn't have an easy time fighting someone a level higher than him. Oh right, besides the top 100, there's also the universe goddess rank. The universe goddess rank doesn't just belong to our faculty. It includes all the goddesses in the universe. The ladies on it must be the most beautiful ladies in the universe, and their ability must also be recognized. However, this ranking only belongs to ladies, ha ha ha. Sari laughed at the end. He looked a little pervertic. The men present were captivated when they heard about the universe goddess rank. Their eyes light up with excitement. It wasn't for the points. It was for the title of the most beautiful lady in the universe. Since the universe goddess rank included all the goddesses in the universe, it was worth paying attention to. No man would dislike a goddess. Not even geniuses. Chapter 1661F***K, they are all pervert. 2. The female martial artists present also had an expression of longing on their faces. If they could leave their names on such a prestigious ranking, they would consider it an achievement worth dying for. This was undoubtedly a great honor for ladies. No lady could resist this temptation. Wang Teng was speechless. The universe goddess rank seemed famous. In the past, the instructors from the 7 stellar academies used the goddess ranking to tempt him. Now that he thought about it, it was a little absurd. But this made things more interesting. He wondered how beautiful the goddesses on the universe goddess rankings were to garner such adoration. He looked at Yu Chiqiao, who was beside him. Her eyes were almost glowing. Speaking of which, her appearance and aura were quite exceptional. How was she compared to the goddesses on the goddess ranking? Senior Sari, are there any senior sisters in our faculty on the ranking? The male martial warriors below asked curiously. Of course. There's quite a few of them. Sari smiled. If you want to know who they are, you can look them up online. The rankings not only provide detailed descriptions but also showcase their actual appearances. Although it can't be compared to seeing them in person, at least you can get an idea of what they look like. All the male martial warriors were motivated. They had seen many normal female martial warriors, but they had never seen a martial warrior on the universe goddess rank. Wang Teng, _F***K, they're all pervert. There are other rankings too. I won't go into detail. You can check them yourselves, Sari said. He thought of something and continued. Furthermore, as freshmen, each of you should have received some points. The amount of points awarded to each person is based on their ranking in the League of Talents, Solly explained. The first place should have 10,000 points, the second place should have 5,000, and the third place should have 3,000. The points thereafter will decrease gradually. You can take a look at your wristwatches. Your identity information was automatically recorded when you entered the vicinity of the 7 stellar academies, Solly said. Everyone hurriedly looked at their wristwatches to check. As expected, the certification symbol of the 7th Stellar Academy appeared in their information. There was also a points record. 30,000 points. Wang Ting looked at his points in surprise. Sari had been paying close attention to Wang Ting and saw his surprised expression. He immediately knew that Wang Ting had more than 10,000 points. This was normal. It would be strange if there were no special bonuses for entering the star rankings. Based on past practice, the points of the students who enter the star rankings should be 3 times that of the normal first place, Sari said. F***K. 3 times. Someone cursed instantly. That's 30,000 points. This is unfair. I only have 1,000 points but he has 30,000. There are so many benefits after entering the star rankings. All eyes turned towards Wang Ting. If they had merely harbored a sense of dissatisfaction towards him before, now it was turning into a mixture of envy and resentment. With 30,000 points, he was far ahead of them. It was difficult for anyone to bear such a gap. They knew that these points were their foundation in the faculty. It was likely that they would have to rely on these points to exchange for resources in the future too. With 30,000 points, Wang Ting was way ahead of them. Wang Ting, do you really have 30,000 points? Let me take a look. Yu Qiqiao leaned over and wanted to look at his wristwatch. She was filled with curiosity and envy. It's indeed 30,000. Wang Ting squinted. He glanced at Sari and smiled calmly. It looks like you know everything. Ha ha ha, after all, everyone is paying close attention to you. Besides, it's not really a secret, Solly laughed heartily. Everyone got even more envious when Wang Ting admitted it. After flying for nearly half an hour above the continent of the 7th Stellar Academy, the spaceship finally arrived at an island floating above a massive lake. As the martial warriors looked down from the spaceship, they could see that the island was incredibly vast, stretching as far as the eye could see. It was adorned with numerous mansions arranged in a meticulous manner. What a luxurious sight! The environment on the island was amazing, with various natural landscapes scattered throughout. It felt like a true paradise with a serene and pleasant atmosphere that was soothing to the eyes. Residing in such an environment would indeed bring about a sense of joy and contentment. We have arrived at the Cosmos Zone. The buildings below have signs indicating if there's anyone living there. You can choose whichever building you want, Sari smiled and said to everyone. If there's anything else, the faculty will inform you through our wristwatch. You will have to figure out the rest of the cultivation matters yourself. In that case, this is where we part. I wish you a happy journey in the 7th Stellar Academy. As the conversation reached this point, everyone realized that Sol's task was coming to an end, and it was also time for them to depart. The spacecraft didn't land. Everyone flew out from the cabin door at the center of the spacecraft and landed on the island. They started looking for a place to stay and familiarize themselves with the environment. Wang Ting, let's find a row of mansions so that the 3 of us can stay closer. It will be easier for us to take care of one another, Yu Qi suggested, looking around. I have no objections. I'm happy even if you live in the same mansion as me. Wang Ting smiled. Shameless. Yu Qiqiao's face turned red as she cursed. Ha ha ha, Wang Ting didn't mind. He laughed and looked at the crown prince beside him. Brother Yunxian, what about you? I'm fine with the suggestion. Yu Yunxian nodded calmly. It looked like he didn't plan to stay alone either. Let's start searching. Wang Ting scanned the sky and his eyes lit up. That place looks good. It's quite secluded. The place Wang Ting chose was at the foot of a lush green mountain. The mountain was covered with a canopy of trees. The environment was pleasant and there were many exotic flowers and rare plants. The concentration of the force alone was stronger than in other areas. It was an excellent place for cultivation. This is a great location. I bet others have already taken it, Yu Qiqiao said. Let's take a look first. Wang Ting had already used his real eye and realized that there was only one manor with someone living inside. The other buildings were empty but he couldn't say it directly. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the foot of the mountain. There were a total of 4 mansions here built around the mountain peak. The atmosphere was serene. Each mansion exuded an ancient charm, surrounded by various plants, some even climbing up the walls on the outskirts of the mansions. Wang Ting loved this environment. There's really no one here. Yu Qiqiao was surprised. Why is there only one person living in this good place? There was an electronic screen above the gates of the manors. 3 of the manors were indeed marked as unoccupied. It was just enough for the 3 of them. In that case, let's each choose a manor to stay in. Wang Teng smiled. Yu Qiqiao and Yu Yunxian had no objections and chose a manor each. Although there was some distance between them, they were relatively close to each other. To martial warriors like them, they would only need a few seconds to reach each other's mansion at this distance, including reaction time. If anything happened in the future, the three of them could take care of each other. The three of them didn't say much. They were new, so they needed to familiarize themselves with the 7th Stellar Academy quickly. Number 1568. Wang Teng looked at the house number and used his wristwatch to open the door of this manor. The electronic screen on the door immediately changed to occupied. Then, he pushed the door and walked in. These mansions were primarily characterized by their spaciousness, occupying a large area. At the center were several buildings, while the surrounding area was covered with lush green lawns. Wang Teng strolled around and quickly familiarized himself with the layout of his mansion. The mansion was well equipped. Each mansion had a luxurious and spacious living villa, and all the amenities were brand new. There was no sense of antiquity, nor any trace of previous inhabitants. It was hard to tell how they had managed to maintain such a pristine condition. In addition to the living villa, there was also a massive training ground. It was constructed with extremely sturdy metal and engraved with runes, capable of withstanding powerful attacks. Next to the training ground, Wang Teng discovered a spacious and comfortable swimming pool. The pool water was refreshingly cool, and there were instruments nearby to control the water temperature. It would be incredibly relaxing to take a dip in the pool after a training session. Of course, if Yu Qiqiao, Leng Qianxue, and the others came to take a dip with him, he would be even happier. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.